It's real. Is this the recording or is this the stream?
This is a stream. I'm trying to. Okay. Pause for a second.
I know.
Got awfully quiet, so I guess you guys are ready to go. I actually need another minute and a half, but I'd like to ask for the three of you sort of up higher, if you don't mind coming forward a little bit more, if you don't mind. Only because I realized yesterday that was a little bit difficult for some of us to hear what's going on up here. We're going to have the witnesses sit here and give their testimony, and they too are a little bit nervous and may not be speaking up loudly enough that everyone can hear what's going on. In like manner, the attorneys ordinarily prefer to be to the side in the courtroom. So in this instance, the attorney will be facing the witness, and it may be a little difficult for them to project their voices as well. So please bear with us. This arrangement is not professional. You may find the attorneys are sort of trying to find a good way to stand, and they may look a little bit awkward, but we will definitely roll with it. We thank you all for coming again. My jury, I'm very glad to see you here. Everyone bright and early this morning. I'll be back. Hello, hello. We hope you're ready for a captivating, maybe sometimes not captivating performance, depending on how it goes. I thank you for my witnesses and my defendants, everybody who's here. I don't know if Dr. Gordon wants to say anything.
We're good.
Okay, everyone knows we have the trial schedule, so we will proceed. Once we begin, I would ask that you try to keep your conversations to a minimum. I don't know if there's any murmuring in the background, so I appreciate that as well. I'm then just going to call it to order. We are going to proceed with swearing in you as a jury. We are going to then have the prosecution begin what's called their case in chief against the defendants. Well, sorry, we're going to have our opening statements first, then we'll have the prosecution begin their case in chief, and then we will have the defense side begin their case in chief. We do have the schedule, but understand that we may be either a little bit early or a little bit late, depending on how the testimony goes, all right? But you will get lunch, you will get a break, you'll get a chance to eat, and if there's anything you need, just let me know, okay?
Hey, Monique, just to let them know, we are streaming it live. So if they go to that website and they have somebody that they want to watch, they can.
Yes. So we are streaming it live, as you recall from yesterday. You were going to, well, the backs of your heads for you are going to be on TV. But maybe your mom or a roommate wants to see the backs of your heads. That's great. For you to let everyone know that we are streaming it live. We have the hashtag for Twitter, hashtag mocktrialSLU. If you want to tweet things out, that is fine. There may be developments. Officially, the jury is not supposed to do that type of thing. However, this is a learning experience, so by all means, if you think, I can't believe he just said that, feel free to tweet it out. We don't mind at all. Okay?
There we go. That's good.
Okay, give me 1 more minute. All right, one last preliminary matter for my jurors. We know that you are anxiously waiting for this to begin, and we all appreciate the service you're doing for us here. If there's anything that you need as your juror, if you need some water, if you feel like you need a break, can you please raise your hand? You try to let me know, but obviously you're here and I may be walking around a little bit. If you can't get my attention, it is okay to get the judge's attention and I can address your needs because you are most important here for us. Even though we have our stage set and we have our judge seated, the jury is the most important member of the courtroom. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Court is in session. We are reconvening in the case of the people of the state of Florida versus Bo Franklin, Sean Betts, Alicia Sumner. Jury voir dire was conducted yesterday. Normally, I would ask the jury to stand beforehand, but considering the seats, I'm going to ask you to remain seated. I'm going to ask everyone in the jury pool to please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will fairly try the case before this court and that you will return a true verdict according to the evidence and the instructions of the court? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. All right, the jury is now sworn in and we are ready to begin. The case is the prosecution. One moment, please. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
And you have a preliminary matter. What is that?
Dr. Spencer has died and you have been charged.
To what?
Manslaughter.
To manslaughter for all the defendants. Was the defense aware of this?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any objections? No. Well, if you have amended the charges, that is appropriate. Do you have any documentation for me, or do you? Please, may I first amend? Thank you. Members of the jury, you will recall yesterday when the charges were read, they were battery, trespassing, criminal mischief, and culpable negligence. The professor has passed away, and now the new charge is manslaughter, in addition to the other charges. Correct, prosecution? Right. The prosecution is ready. You may make opening statement.
May it please the court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you for being here today. My name is Jerry Wilshire, and I have the honor of representing the state of Florida in our case today. On September 27, 2016, two students, Sean Betts and Bo Franklin, broke into the classroom with one Dr. Penny Smith, while another student, Christy Tuttle, waited outside in the car. While inside the classroom, the two students vandalized the room along with writing a message in code on the whiteboard. In our trial today, we will hear testimony from Christy Tuttle herself, along with Mr. Damon Jackson and Michael Friedman. Damon Jackson and Michael Friedman, along with another senior, Alicia Stumbo, gave the plans to break into Dr. Penny Smith's office to steal the test for the final exam. The prosecution will prove that all of the students were in on this plan together and they should all be tried as equals. The defense will try to prove that these are model students, but they have committed a grave act and they must be held accountable for the act. We, the prosecution, would like you, the jury, to please find guilty on the charges of manslaughter, battery, trespassing, and criminal negligence. We'd like to thank you very much for your time today, and please return a verdict of guilty.
Thank you. Defense?
Morning. My name is Elise Fenrique, and today I have the honor and privilege of defending my client, Sean. Sean is an honorable student. He works hard and worked his way as a walk-on to the football team. He spends hours trying to prove himself in his fraternity, doing community service. Sadly, Sean's dedication and acts of hard work turned against him when his own captain of his football team and president of his fraternity forced him by hazing to commit an act that sadly resulted in the death of Penny Smith. My client never intended to harm anyone. Sean is accused of trespassing, criminal mischief, battery, and now manslaughter. We, as a defense, know that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt my client did this act. And today, through the witness's testimony and everything you're going to hear, I know that you will understand there was no way my client Sean had an evil or malice thought in his head. He was being forced to do these acts. Thank you.
Thank you. You're representing Sean only, correct? Correct. So are there other opening statements for the other defense? Yes, sir. And please.
Good morning. My name is Taylor Lamont, and I am representing Ms. Alicia Stumbo today. Our client has been allegedly and falsely accused of a slew of crimes, despite the fact that she was never even made a mistake. The prosecution today has given testimonial immunity to multiple witnesses in a case for them basically saying that my client did it without any evidence pointing to that. So despite the testimony and evidence that prosecution will show today, our testimony will show that my client had an alibi, eyewitnesses placing her at a different scene, and that there was really just no connection to it. This is nothing more than a love triangle gone wrong, and an attempt to blame my client because she did something like that. At the conclusion of this trial, though, we will ask for a verdict of not guilty and that the prosecution has not had its first.
make an opening statement with regards to Mr. Sutton? Yes. Yes, please do it. Okay.
It is recorded. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we thank you for being here today. My name is Bill Orman, and I proudly represent Bo. This defendant stands here today falsely accused of multiple charges. These serious accusations of falsely accused charges would represent and not display forever. Today, we will find out who is truly responsible for breaking into Dr. Penny Smith's office. On September 28th, sadly resulting in the abuse of not only my client, but also his dad. Today, we will prove who is truly responsible. We will show proof that my client was hazed, mistreated, manipulated, and forced unwillingly to be at this event. Today, I stand here and ask you, the jury, to focus on two things. The first being that I'm going to remind you that the prosecution's sole purpose is to convict somebody. They're not worried about guilt or innocence. They're worried about putting someone behind bars. The second thing I would ask is that you listen carefully to each and every detail stated today. This case is very important to not only my client, but other clients as well. Please keep in mind that my client, Bo Franklin, is a victim. At the conclusion of this case, we would like to find my client not guilty. This state will not meet its burden of proof, and we will ask the verdict not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other preliminary matters, or is the prosecution ready to call for a witness?
We are ready to call for it.
You may proceed.
Call Dr. Voluntary.
Dr. Ron Perry. Please swear to keep the whole truth and not the truth of God.
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. Dr. Miller. Dr. Ross. Can you state your name for registered records?
My name is Dr. Ron Perry. I'm Chair of Sociology at State University.
Do you know Dr.
I know very well. I've been her chair for 2 years. I've worked on projects with her. I know her husband, Ryan. Yes, I know her very
Call her a friend.
I would call her a friend.
You hear about the chief scandal that occurred last year?
I'm extremely familiar with the Chief scandal. I was on the ethics board that reviewed the case. I was one of the members of that.
What was the outcome of the chief scandal?
The outcome of the Chief scandal, there were 3 young people who were accused of cheating on a test. The tests all were identical. Not only were they extremely good tests, most of the answers that were correct were totally correct. The answers they got wrong were also all the same. So the statistical probability of 3 people creating a test like that, where not only the right answers were right, but the wrong answers were all the same, infinitesimal. However, the 3 that were accused were never, we couldn't get any one of them to say that they'd done anything wrong. Without enough evidence, we could not be compelled to remove them from the class, from the school. The test couldn't be overturned. And so nothing happened as a result. They were allowed to keep their grade, allowed to keep their score, and go on the way.
Do you recall the names of these?
Yes, it was Miss Alicia Stumbo, Mike Friedman, and Damon.
Are you aware of the events that occurred on September 27th, 2016?
I am aware of what happened. I heard about it when I got to school later that day.
What happened?
As I understand it, there was a break-in into Dr. Penny Smith's office. The window was broken from the outside of the building into her office directly on the first floor of St. Anne's Hall. There were, what I saw when I got there, were glass shards on the floor. However, it seems that when Dr. Smith came into her office that morning, she she found there was a wasp nest in that room. In addition to things being overturned, the furniture was in disarray, there was vandalism on the wall, on a whiteboard. In addition to all of those things, she happened upon this wasp nest, and she is allergic to wasps. And so she was stung several times. She went into a coma, and just this last night she died.
Recognized.
This is her office, and these look to be, this is the same scene I saw when I came onto the scene, about an hour and a half after she was taken to the hospital.
Sharon, we have three marquees, prosecution is at 5.
Has the defense seen him?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the other two defendants have not seen.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The other two defendants have not seen the evidence.
Can you show me now? Any objections to coming to evidence? Thank you. Do you need witness look at them further?
Yeah.
Okay, and then use them until you finish, and then I'll take.
This was Chris's office usually.
No, her office does not usually look like this. It's neat and orderly. She's, has a little bit of, she had a little bit of OCD, I think. She's a very clean and orderly person. As you can see, there's furniture overturned, there's papers strewn about. Obviously, this damage was done during the break.
You characterize Frank Smith as a hard professor.
A hard professor, I don't know. I think she was a fair professor. I think she held her students accountable. She tried very hard to make sure that they were thinking critically in addition to being able to understand and use the knowledge that she tried to impart to them. I think she did a very, very good job as a professor. Her ratings were stellar.
Spoken with Dr. Frank Smith's family.
As I mentioned, I know her family. I'm friends with her husband, Ryan. Yes, I've spoken with Ryan a few times. I was part of one of the vigils. We spent some time up at the hospital with some of the students on campus. I've talked to them.
Do you think the students involved in this trial are the students, or do you think
I don't know anybody who could do something like this, especially taking a wasp nest, which in essence, in this case, was a ticking time bomb, and putting it in someone's office. I don't know if I can say that that's a good person. I struggle with that.
Speaker counsel, if you could make sure you speak up so that the jurors can hear you very well. Thank you.
You said it's a ticking time bomb. What do you mean by that?
Well, if someone is allergic to peanuts, and I hand them a sandwich that has peanut butter on the inside, as soon as they have that, ingest that, they're going to get into trouble. In this case, we have a person who was very allergic to wasps. They put a wasp nest in that room. As soon as she opened her door, what do you think would happen?
Do you believe people know what right and wrong is?
I think most people know the difference between right and wrong, at least after the age of 4 or 5. I think people understand when they do something they should not do.
You don't think this is a harm, right?
I don't think this was harmless at all. Obviously, a death resulted from it. It's not just a negligent act. This was something I think was done on purpose.
Do you have anything to gain other than your testimony today?
No, I hope justice is done for my own sanity and for the school. The school doesn't need this sort of thing. Dr. Smith's family doesn't need this sort of thing. But no, I personally have nothing to gain.
Thank you. That's your question.
Thank you. Cross-examination, defense? Yes, and how many attorneys are going to be cross-examining the witness? Do you know that? Or how many of the attorneys will be conducting cross-examination of the witness? Thank you. Take your seat.
If you please support, my name is Natasha Lopez, and I'm the attorney for Alicia Sumner. Can you kindly explain to us how your awareness is that document is going to be, what was it, lost, correct? How do you know?
How do I know she's allergic to wasp? The doctors said over and over again, I know she carried an EpiPen before this, so I knew ahead of time.
You can kindly submit it today.
Has the prosecution seen this? You need to show the prosecution, please.
How many warrants? Dr. Gonzalez,
The line says allergies and bee stings.
And I'd like to say, this is composite exhibit number 1 for prosecution with 2 photographs, is that correct? And we now have defense exhibit A, which is the patient care report. Thank you. Any further cross-examination on this one? Thank you. Any further redirection of prosecution? Thank you. Thank you for your service. You may be excused. This witness may be excused from the courtroom. Yes, sir. Thank you. For prosecution, next witness.
I'd like to call Ian Snyder to the stand.
Ian Snyder. You swear to
Hey, please, court. I'm Attorney Logan Featherston. Thank you for being here. Please, would you state your name and credentials?
My name is Ian Snyder, and I am the resident DNA expert.
Are you familiar with the defendant's organization? Your purpose for the case, what would it be?
Basically, what we did was take the samples, specifically myself, with blood sample from the crime scene, and then compare it to that of the samples from suspects.
And where did you find this blood?
The blood was found on the glass shards.
Where did you put the glass shards on the ground in the office?
Yes.
Once you received all the samples, how did you go about testing?
Basically, we use a process called restriction-link polymorphism digestion. Basically, what that means is we take suspect's DNA, which is unique to them, and we introduce an enzyme that cuts it specifically at a certain spot. And being that each individual DNA is unique, these cuts end up being unique as well. We process this through what we call a gel, and basically we have introduced a this sorts the DNA by size, and those sizes are unique to the individual, and then can be compared to the crime scene to find a match. And that's what we did.
Now, with different defendants, there could be the same amount of cuts. How do you determine if the same amount of cuts happen in the DNA?
So the number of cuts is somewhat irrelevant. It's the size of each piece that is important. We may have 4 cuts, but each of those 4 cuts happen at a different spot on DNA. which results in different size fragments. So it's more so the size of each fragment.
I'm sorry,
I'd like to enter an exhibit.
as the defense user.
I have used a
Any objections? No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Snyder, could you please explain to the third your findings of the
Yes, this is the image of the gel. Typically, you're very able to see this. So basically what this is in this lane right here, each of these is a lane. In this lane, we have a size standard, which is just a chemical that produces these distinct bands, which tells us what the size of each band is. In the second lane, we have the crime scene DNA. In the third lane, fourth lane, fifth lane, sixth lane, seventh lane, et cetera, we have the suspects. But as you can see here, the crime scene, just from visual inspection, matches this lane here. These two bands present at the same size. And then if you, like, you'll see very clearly on this printout, there's a third lane here, third band here that is represented as well.
And these bands that are matching, what did your sample testing to what the defendant matched?
From this result, we can see that the blood crime scene matched the DNA sample from both.
Just to clarify, were you wearing gloves at the time of DNA sample?
Yes, we were wearing gloves, and as well, all of our equipment was sterile, and each time we used equipment was sterile as well.
Did the evidence ever leave your chain of custody?
No, not at all.
And were you working by yourself?
No, we had a group that working on the same.
Did the chain of custody ever leave them?
No.
Thank you. You may proceed. Do you need to, cross-examination questions from the defense? And do you need to refer to this up? All right, thank you. This will be accepted as prosecution exhibit number 2. What shall we call this? DNA result?
DNA blood sample results.
Thank you.
For this.
They proceed with the cross-examination.
No, we did not.
You know who you collect the evidence.
To our knowledge, it was a different department.
And then your professional opinion, the collection process of evidence, you know, either on the investigation.
No, to our knowledge, it was done using sterile techniques as well, and everything's labeled properly for possession.
So how could you determine that the evidence is
It would be the same to say that you put trust in somebody like the police department who would do the same sort of collection. It's just a trust basis on the fact that they are a department representing the law as well.
But can it be interesting that this is a group for the police that the city is it is unknown who will actually process?
I would say no, because the blood is present on that charter class at the crime scene, and so it's what was that?
Which are unsure who processed it.
Yes, I mean, we are unsure who actually collected it, was but
Is that only? The chain of command, the normal is not who signs off evidence.
I would say it's normal. I would say it's exception.
Thank you. Any further defense counsel? Yes, sir.
Again, my name is Elisa. Thank you for spending your time with us here today with your testimony. Have there ever been any serious mistakes from your lab or from you yourself while processing this type of blood DNA evidence?
No, it's been fairly straightforward. All of us that process blood, get the same results from the result. And, as far as I know, everybody that processed the saliva as well, got the same results. It's glad we did not have any serious mistakes or, miscommunications and discrepancies, results.
Statistically, how often are you wrong?
This, do the number on the spot. Less than 10%.
So less than 10%, but you're saying that there could be a 10% chance that your DNA blood evidence conclusion could be wrong.
Yes, but I highly doubt that it will be.
What is the level of risk of contamination if a field officer improperly collects the evidence and then hands it to you?
Explain to me that.
If an officer wasn't wearing gloves, if an officer properly, or just did not properly seal the evidence, and then you received it, how would you know if that officer did not properly?
Well, we would see in the gel that there would be, weird results from it. You could tell that there's a small amount of DNA that wasn't supposed to be in there. We didn't see that though, and they would have to have a significant amount of their own body fluid, their own cells on their hair, for example, if they weren't wearing gloves or handling the DNA. So they would have to actually, for example, have spat on their hands and then collected the DNA or sneezed on the DNA. So that rarely happens because your hands themselves are dirty, but it's not usually with your own DNA unless, like you say, sneezing a lot on your hands. And in terms of not sealing it, when it came to us, it was properly sealed. But if it wasn't sealed, there could be somebody sneezing it. You would have to actually get somebody else's DNA, a significant amount of it into that sample first.
And then, could you just again tell the board, how many years have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for 3 years.
For 3 years. Do you have a senior that you report to that double checks your work?
Yes.
3 years is not a long time.
Professor in our lab.
With a professor. When you were examining the photo for your DNA slide, is it often that you don't know the name of the file that you're talking about? You refer to it just as numbers, you don't even care who the person is?
Yes, usually that we do label it as suspect 1, 2, 3, and 4, simply to avoid bias. Then you have what we like listed them as the know that information when we create the legend, if you will, that says sample 1 is so and so, sample 2 is so and so. That way, when we process the DNA, we can say, well, is this person the same as suspect 1, or suspect 2, suspect 3, suspect 4, suspect 5?
So that's why you didn't know the names of the DNA sample when the prosecution asked?
Yes, I have it in my notes as well. I just don't have this on me right now.
Yeah, okay. So just to reiterate, a 10% chance that you could be wrong. You've only been working for 3 years and you report to a superior, correct?
Yes, it's a very less, much so less than 10%. But again, I'm making that number up on the spot.
Thank you so much. Any further cross-examination? No. Thank you. Any redirects to the prosecution? Thank you. It is witness please excuse for the remainder of the trial. Yes, John. All right, Mr. Pence. Yes, John. Thank you. You're excused. Thank you for your time. Prosecution, they call you as witness.
Are we calling Naomi Martinko, please, please?
Thank you. Naomi Martinko. Thank you. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, and all the truth.
May I please record my name, Julie on that? May I please say your name and credentials, please? girl and I'm a student of environmental science. Naomi, can you tell us what is a restricted reference?
So the restricted reference is, it's an enzyme that scans a person's whole DNA. And whenever it, represents a specific sequence like AA, it'll cut that. And then it'll keep scanning the whole DNA for another AA, and it'll cut that. And however many times it finds it, it'll keep cutting. So, for example, this is the whole DNA. Her DNA might be different from my DNA in the way that my restriction enzyme will cut up here, while it'll find her sequence down here. So that's what that 99% can do.
Did you wear gloves in the process? Did you know any of the studies that found it? Did I have any testimony to take back to the
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Do you have any questions?
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be excused. Next witness for the prosecution,
Prosecution would like to call Michael Friedman.
Michael Friedman.
Raise your hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth.
You just state your name, or
My name is Michael Freeman.
Friedman, and currently, what is your year?
I am currently saving.
We all four years.
I have.
You participate in any extracurricular activity?
I am practicing the football team, and ABCC, like, certainly, they don't remember.
So, say you're the captain and president, so consider those vital roles. Organizations.
I do, they're very important, so my team members, in addition to, representing my state, I think it is.
Now, have you been accused of any academic misconduct?
Unfortunately, yes, myself along with the two defendants, Alicia and Damon, were accused of the year of plagiarism in addition to a team paper going around football team, both which were investigated and adopted and these by
Well, I asked first. Can you tell the board who the teacher was in this class that you were accused of?
the professor was Dr. Casey.
And just reiterate that it's the same professor that is passed away.
Unfortunately, yes.
Now, can you explain your proposal? Can you explain if there have been any aging incidents over the years?
Since I have taken over leadership of the fraternity, there hasn't been any. In fact, myself along with other university leaders have began an anti-aging campaign.
And what about the proposal? Have there been any aging proposals?
Absolutely not.
Do you consider yourself anti-aging?
Yes.
Now, tell me about the relationship with defendant Alicia Selby.
Alicia and I dated for a little under a year before my university, excuse me. She decided to leave her job.
Did you, give you any reason why she goes up to you?
You know, she says she made mistakes.
And if you guys remain friends?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me about the relationship with him?
Damon has been one of my best friends, along with Olivia for the past 4 years.
I understand. Damon is our investigating.
Yes, they are.
The two of you are the pretty good. Got it.
said it was awkward, as I'm sure you can imagine, but strong friendships can be a really good.
So you say you had hard feelings of revenge or resentment towards with Alicia for breaking up with you or for Damon for going out with your ex-girlfriend?
No, I wish them the best in their relationship.
So that still makes sense. So what's not correct?
Yes.
So I understand on the night of September 27th, guys, playing for the movie together, correct?
Typically, we don't go out on the weekdays just because of heavy class schedules, but Alicia, the day man called me and asked me to go to the movie, and I agreed.
But they asked his friend to come together.
Yes.
That's right. Now, when you put this movie, what time did you got there?
Damon and I had dinner first. Alicia was supposed to be there, she never showed up. We got to the movie theater around 8:45, and we chose a movie that was scheduled to start at 9.
So when you arrived at the movie theater, Alicia was out with you.
No,
What time did the movie start?
the movie was scheduled to start around 9:10, not including any trailers or previews.
And so at 9:10, did the trailer start? Like the trailer to the jacket?
The trailer started, they ran about 15, 20 minutes.
Now, when did Alicia show up?
Alicia showed up, I want to say, well, into the movie started. The trailers had already completed, and the movie had got started before she had even arrived.
So you're saying she showed up after the movie credits had taken place? She started at 9:10.
Yes.
So, now, when she arrived, like all of this, down next to you guys,
No, actually, there was a texting session going on between her and David, and he opted to go outside towards the media.
this is after the movie started, correct?
Yes, probably about 45 minutes.
Now, when she showed up in the movie theater, did she, I know in the theater dark, but you could tell she had any sort of demeanor, any sort of anything wrong, abnormal about her behavior.
Actually, yes, like you said, the movie theater was dark. However, her phone was buried in her face, so from the light, I could see that she was visiting, texting a lot, not really.
She was not a during the movie.
Yes, I don't believe I saw her look up at this point.
So it's safe to say that for mine, showing up, mine was something else.
I'd say that.
Now, after the movie, did you guys eat together or did you leave separately?
We exited the movie theater together. Although Damon rode with me, I went in one direction towards my car, and Alicia and Damon went in the other direction.
You guys talk to each other after the movie?
No. Just briefly, we gave our opinions on the movie. Alicia really is a good one. We didn't watch the movie, so
Are you familiar with your
vaguely, at least she's a potential, what she was a potential, but
Are you aware of the potential charges against her?
some people have explained it to me.
That have, you see how you go into theaters with the around or at the exact same time as time takes place, how that would establish an alibi.
I was invited to the movie theater by friends. If Alicia chose to use our friendship in order to manipulate and use the situation to give her an alibi, then that's unfortunate.
Do you have any knowledge of this that takes place in a resolve, not the place of resolve?
Absolutely not.
So why do you think Alicia would set you up, establish you as an alibi?
I'm not sure, although our relationship ended, as I stated, I thought it ended on good terms. While our relationship ended, and she was unhappy, maybe she was just unhappy with her and David's relationship as well.
Now, have you spoken to the story about this incident?
Same question. We could-
And were you able to establish your alibi? Okay.
I was, typically I wrote things in my backpack and just leave them there. So I was able to give them movie stuff from that.
So you were able to produce your movie stuff? Movie show where you were that night?
Yeah.
Did anyone instruct you to go along with that?
No.
Go along with it. So, do you know if any of the other, agreement or at least your agreement?
I'm not sure, we were all in separate rooms, so I can't verify that, I just know that I was.
Anything else you'd like to say?
Unfortunately, with the professor passing away, it makes us sad, and this situation, if it was used as an alibi for Alicia or David, and I found Brett being affected.
Okay.
Thank you, cross-examination to the defense. Thank you, sir.
You just stated that on your football team, there aren't any accusations or anything that goes on. In 2013, do you remember a student receiving serious brain trauma due to hazing from the D-Dog's line?
Well, I wasn't president at that time, so if that occurred, then it was under different reasons.
You mean you weren't captain at that time? But you were still a part of the team, and you're still aware of that.
No, not the entire.
Not the entire incident, but you do know there's hazing on the football team, especially the D-Dog's line.
No, I know that a student received an injury, as to we were asked to support them. We weren't given details on how that happened.
We've seen it before, you're the president of your fraternity, you are the football captain, and it seems like you're quite popular on campus. Is that correct?
I worked hard. I was voted into those positions.
How often would you say these are popularity over legal professional ethics situations?
Never.
Never. You just stated that you're the president of your fraternity, is that correct? No. You just lied under oath because Damon is the president of your fraternity.
Damon was in the running to be president, but he, obviously with these allegations, he's no longer in that position.
And with these allegations towards you, they allowed you to be the president?
I don't have any allegations. Otherwise, I would be defending myself in my five.
On the night in question, did you or did you not hear Damon and Alicia in a room arguing with the pledges, Sean and Kirsten?
On the night of the question, I was in a
before then, when you were all in the room, when we told you about the plan, when you argued, and said you did not want anything to do with it.
No one told me about it, and I was never in a room with judges or Alicia or David at any point.
Thank you.
Where's the chance?
On September 27th, what did you say to the police?
My statement, I would have to read it over in order to give you exact words, but from memory, I would just say that they asked me where I was, what time, and I gave them that.
Okay.
That I was at the weekend at the time. I was there.
Did you say anything else? Further?
Not that I don't know. If you have my statement, I can get back.
Do you have another comment?
No.
Is there anything else you want to hear from it?
Because I'm in this video, people slash this video, about this, but it's just.
The lot is of everyone?
No.
No, except for businesses where it's not, right?
No, you asked me for exact words, not the information around the lady.
Now you're a captain of the football team. What did you become captain of?
Just recently, maybe a semester or so.
Did you order one?
Yes.
Any reason as to why you ordered one as captain of the team?
Well, we didn't do a survey, but I would assume that it's because the teammates along the coaches trust me. I am the leader. I support my teammates.
So you like to lead?
I'm the leader. I didn't say that I'm right there. It's just that
And when did you become president of the fraternity?
around the same time.
Around the same time. Can you give me a date?
Well, I can look at my scrapbook and see where that application is or such and such date, but not right now. No.
So you have to have such an important date, you can't remember the exact date.
It's about a semester. So. You can understand what such traumatic things have to be.
So a semester is ago. The incident occurred on what date then? Of September 2016, right?
If that's the process.
Did you just state that you take resident of the fraternity after the incident occurred?
No. I said that Damien was in the running too, but because of these allegations, he's no longer running the application.
So was he in the running or was he not present?
No, he was in the running and that position was passed to him from myself, but that's no longer happening.
Thank you. Any further cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
So as the captain, you're voted into this position where people can trust in you, they believe in you, they look up to you. Am I correct? So a young freshman, a new walk-on, should be able to come to you and look for protection. Is that correct?
They should be able to come to me and know that I was working. Yes.
So when Damien and Alicia created this plot and you didn't protect your freshman, and you allowed the hazing to occur, just stand idly by and let them go up with it, is that fulfilling your role as his football captain?
I never knew anything about the class, otherwise I would have never let it go on. And Damien typically deals with incoming freshmen. That was a position he asked for, maybe because this is something he enjoys hazing freshmen. It's not something that I do or that I wouldn't condone.
So you wouldn't condone it, but you do understand by the school's rulings that making these or pledges you lax in the pool is hazing. Making pledges, dress up statues on campus is hazing, and you're fully aware of those actions going on.
I'm aware that those actions have taken place in the past.
And you haven't protected the pledges for the members of your team.
I haven't been in a role to protect them, but now I am protecting.
Is it true that you're pleading guilty to conspiracy to this testimony today?
No, I am putting someone that chose to use our friendship or chose to use the relationship and bond as a tool to get away with something that sadly ended with a professor guy. And so I want justice for the professor, as I'm sure her husband does in her family.
So even with your past experiences, and I'm sure the writers of all of being accused of cheating from this professor, you still say you feel sorry for her.
Well, as you stated, they were accusations, and she was just doing her job. I'm sure it was like her.
Anything further cross-examination for the defense?
What was the second?
Yes. Prosecution attorney also. I'd like to just say to the jury that occasionally in any trial, there are times where certain things are discussed to get clarification before the evidence is provided to you. So please don't take this as being something that's inappropriate or reflect on either side. Which frequently takes place out of vision.
Get it.
Charges are correct. Without.
Make sure we can all hear, the jury needs to hear what you say.
So our charges are correct.
Yeah.
So right now, you do not have the.
No, I definitely was trying to do the right thing.
Also,
I make sure everyone goes to yours.
so large crowds sometimes, nervous. Sometimes people, it's loud, people get nervous.
Based on this, any further props?
A big crowd like this makes you nervous, am I correct? What about these the drinking? 7% result? What about the copies of football? 7% result? Do you expect that only one person who leave, they're so nervous, it's a big problem with this. When people spend it, it's like, 30, so.
Well, I said, there's for football league and running to the field, and I don't want to.
So you want to see the nervous physical?
Thank you. Trina Walker Times, in exchange for your testimony today, which could be harmful, which you have said.
Yes. Because frankly, I'm not clear, and I doubt that the jury is clear as to exactly what charges are taken. Yes. Does the prosecution want to state exactly what charges are pending?
The charges pending are criminal mischief.
Against this witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
So let me fix my question until that. So in exchange for these very serious charges, you're receiving a lesser charge for your testimony.
I'd like to do the right thing and putting the guilty party to a high charge.
Thank you. But just so you guys know, at the time, you are receiving lesser charges for your testimony today. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense? Anything further from the prosecution?
So. The best thing to do.
Well, they seem a bit angry, so.
But really nervous.
Not that much. Yeah, a little bit, but nervous people are nervous typically when they after that.
Yes. So people who are nervous generally don't do it wrong.
You know, I said people that are typically nervous are nervous because they have positive.
So would you say that you're nervous this time? Thank you. Anything further from the bench? Prosecution? May this witness be excused? Thank you very much. You may be excused. Yes. Yes. Try to have your attention, please. This is a very important part that the jury needs to be aware of. I have just been provided a plea agreement for one defendant, Sean Betts. Betts has reached a plea agreement in exchange for his testimony against Elisa Stumbo and Bill Franklin for criminal mischief and trespassing. It has been signed by all appropriate parties. So, Mr. Sean Betts has entered a plea agreement and is no longer to be considered a defendant for purposes of this trial proceeding. Correct? Yes, sir. Correct, trustee? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, we can now proceed. Are there additional prosecution witnesses? Yes, sir. You may call your next witness.
Would you like to call Omar or Art?
My name is
Excuse me, counsel. Let's just take a break for about a minute or so because I think we're using All right, I think we're ready to proceed. You may proceed with your examination of this witness.
My name is Omar Murat. Oh, well, in this case, the examination, included a flash note that was received from the police department. And then we did just examine by the flash note, we basically received it doesn't have any damage. And what we did is to retrieve information and get a double loss from information.
How did you access these files?
Well, in the funds, well, like we use SDK measure, it's like for forensic, and so we try like to retrieve that information. But first, like what we did when we received the question from the department, we made sure to make a copy, and we made sure like to mark the right on the platform, so the evidence is not labeled, like no one can touch it, like change it. So we worked on the other copy, on the original one, and we turned the original one to the department, and then what we did basically, like, first of all, we made sure like to hash the question with the column. So we give him a number. So after like finish working on the evidence, that this number is like the same that we didn't touch like the evidence in the question. And what we did using this tool to retrieve like 8 files on the platform, it we did like a couple of pictures and one video.
I would like to introduce prosecution exhibit 1.
And actually, prosecution exhibit 3. Has defense counsel seen the exhibit?
Good.
Any objection? Thank you.
Were these files found on the
Yes. And there are also mentioned in the whole report, the chain of custody report and the
Just so that very quickly, these are the files that he is looking at right now. These are the tests. This is the test that was shown from Dr. Smith's office. What else did you find on the flash drive?
Well, we found like a text message between couple guys. And the first one was from Gavin Jr. And like the other one from Sean and Kirsten. And so, we found like a video where like we can see like that went out like from the building.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce the video that you're talking about.
Yeah, so,
Has defense seen video or do you have any objections? Do you have any objections? Do you have objections to video being used? All right, thank you. They show the video. Certainly, if you have not seen the video and you have some objections, that's do it. But sure you've already seen it.
In this video, you see two students who we appear to be Sean and Bo as they ran away from Dr. Smith's office. You also, while stating that you also said we multiple times, how many people did you work with on this?
well, we have like a private investigation, forensic investigation company, and he and my partner, which he's in like the group here. So we worked like on it, and yeah, he helped me with retrieving the information.
We'll put a question down.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Let me just use the switch, sorry, the different switch that we have, as exhibit 3.
Yes, in fact, I was going to ask, is the prosecution exhibit number 3 includes documentation and the video, is that correct? Or the prosecution 3 and 4? I think it might be clear to make a prosecution 3 and 4. This documentation is prosecution number 3, and the video is prosecution number 4, is that correct? And yes, you may certainly utilize them, refer to them any way you like. Prosecution exhibit number 3 should be on the witnesses table, which I will need when you're there. Thank you.
You collected the text messages, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me the date and time as to the text messages sent?
Well, as we can see, like on the first picture from this text message, it's like screenshot. It was sent like 9:22 p.m., but it doesn't say like what Well, actually, we'll send like the, God, was it say, so it's only like the time.
So the screen, right?
It's cross.
Make sure the cross-examination. Thank you. Any redirect? Just a moment. All right, may this witness be excused? You may be excused. Thank you very much. Further witnesses from the prosecution? Call you next witness.
We called David Jackson.
Exactly.
Are you aware that anything that you testify to today may be used as a juvenile trial? How long have you been a student at Deviance? And how would you describe your,
Please state your name and your
Thank you.
how long have you been a student here at Deviance?
4 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Michael Creek
He's my best friend, like Jerry's brother.
and your relationship with Elise Gumbo?
That's my girlfriend.
Is it weird to make the transition from friend to girlfriend with Elise?
It was a little weird at first, but it.
And what is your relationship with Sean Betts and both friends?
They are my little brothers in fraternity.
And what fraternity was that?
They don't have a row.
Do you hate your brothers? Are you aware of the incident that took place with Dr. Penny Smith on September 27th, 2016?
Yes,
Did you play any part in that?
I knew the events in spring, but it was a little.
Do you know why Alicia would plan such that?
Due to the plagiarism accusations that took place last year, she held a grudge against Dr. Smith. I did not. I was just happy that it was over and I was ready to move on.
And where were you on the night of the incident?
I was
What movie did you see? How was it?
good.
Who did you go to the movie with?
My home mission.
And all three of you arrived at the same time?
Bill, Michael, and I went to dinner first to give us a chance to talk and reconnect. It's been arguing lately, so we got there.
Did you have a meeting with Sean Betts?
Yes,
Why did you meet Sean Betts?
we had that Thursday, we went to Dr. Smith's office, we have taken pictures of the test, and USB was.
What was the question?
Thank you. And cross-examination.
Are you certain that your girlfriend committed this case or was it mastermind?
It was her idea.
Do you?
Yes.
And what is your role in the surgery?
I'm the president.
You are the president. How long have you been there?
For the past few years.
Michael Freeman's your best friend, my guess?
That's correct.
Any additional cross-examination? Any redirect? Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next witness for the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor, we called to say, please settle.
Please swear to tell the judge, all the truth, that the truth, so help
Please support. Kristen, can you tell the court what happened on September 27, 2016?
On 2010, we were on a car around 8 to 7 p.m.
was that word, you loved it? What was the plan to support the 2016?
I did not actually get it. But I was told to drive a car to St. Jeffrey Hall and act as a
Is it here that the night 2016? Okay, so do you believe you're set up to take the fall from the incident?
Yes.
Why?
That's what it is.
Can you tell us what you know about the shooting scandal that occurred last year?
I was aware of it, but I have no knowledge of it.
What did you see on the night of September 2016?
Can you repeat the question?
What did you see on the night of the incident on September 27, 2016?
I saw a security guard and a trim of blonde hair that's really nice. What did you see?
Can you tell us why did you have to take control of the police here on September 28, 2016?
It was just a mess.
Can you tell us what you saw?
I saw a rope on the side of the neck or actually
What's the word you're using?
significantly better.
Can you tell the court about the time you were forced to be last in school?
We were forced to be left around the pool with a bunch of fraternity brothers on the night we were following that to the police protest.
Okay, so did you ever address the signal statute in the line code?
Yes.
Who asked you to do that?
I believe
Was the line code part of the meeting?
yes.
Was your sorority Sigma Omega Delta participate in making?
Yes.
Do you know the relationship between Dr. Penny Smith and Alicia Smith?
No.
Who is Alicia Smith?
My big sister.
Would you ever participate in something like this if it were ever to happen? Did you text anyone that night?
Yes.
Did your friends state that you committed this crime?
Yes.
Do you believe in right and wrong? Have you participated in any mission with your story?
Yes.
Were you told that if you did not participate, you will not get entered into Sigma Omega Delta?
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Penny has passed away?
Yes.
How does that make you feel?
So,
Do you think this incident could have been avoided?
yes.
Do you see this as a harmful crime? Now that you are aware that Dr. Penny passed away, do you see it as a harmful crime? Can you tell the court what you did that night, please?
What I did last night was just drive a car with initiated sex offender. That is all of it.
Do you plan on graduating from St. Leo?
Yes.
Have you been outcast by your sorority Sigma Omega Delta to come to church?
Yes.
Do your sorority speak to you?
Sure.
Does Alicia still speak to you? No. Why did you decide to take the physical class?
Because it's stupid to be publicly told that you be accused of something that you did or was correctly part of and have no idea your school education.
Do you always tell the truth? Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Didn't know something.
Yeah.
Now, are you in the sorority or are you just playing?
I have pleasure.
So you're not in the sorority?
No.
So why don't you say that you are in the sorority?
Because I just wanted to get Why do you want to do this for the first place? Because they had a set of reputation. What interested you? Because they had a set of reputation. That good standings.
Or I would like her to cite the definition of food, say the university has policy regarding. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Then,
You may ask her, and we'll see if there's any objections or if she takes it.
objection, relevance.
What's the relevance of this? And hazing is an issue of this trial, here's, it's very fitting, so.
Please read all that you're using.
Hazing can be defined as any act or ceremony which creates a risk of harm to the student or to any other party, and that is committed as a form of initiation to a particular club or activity. Hazing includes, but is not limited to, activities that involve the risk of physical harm, preventing, ingesting foul substances, sleep deprivation, overexposure to heat or cold, restraint, nudity, or kidnapping. Hazing can also include actions or stimulations of sexual nature, activities that subject a student to unreasonable embarrassment or shame, or activities that create a hostile, abusive, or intimidating environment towards students.
What is your rituals have you participated in?
I have participated in personal sexual inclined clothing, obviously, and I have participated in being forced to swim in swimming around laps. Well, all.
Would you like to use? Why do you allow yourself to use reading?
Because it is just a sound nothing for the other ones.
And what connection does the story attorney have?
I do not know.
Are you close to the records? Were you close to the records?
I suppose it was.
At one point?
Yes.
What about Michael Freeman?
I,
Were you close to Sean Marlowe?
I know of them because we were referred to.
Where were you at the time of this accident?
I was in the security office, and then I had moved to, because
Right about.
because I had dropped my phone. And I went to for my phone, I dropped it.
Well, why were you in the first place? Why did you have to go?
Yes, I remember reading,
At the roundabout?
because it was near the security office, and I dropped my phone. Don't leave the phone in the ledge while you're driving.
You just your phone inside the car or outside the car?
Inside the car.
So you have to go back to the roundabout, pick up your phone, that was inside your car.
No, I was at the security office and I moved to the roundabout.
To pick up your phone,
Yes. Looked at my phone.
that was in your car.
Yes.
Now you're at the roundabout being looked at, am I correct?
No, I was not. I was at the security office. But I moved to the roundabout, but
So you were still being looked at, correct?
yes, for a time and then it
Were you stopped by one person during this lookout?
yes, excuse. Which, which I didn't.
That was an issue that you participated in a legal crime by being a gambling part? You, is it actually that you participated in an illegal crime by being a gambling part?
I was not told that anyone got it, so I didn't say that. Get away car, I could say that. Drop off.
Do you generally do things employees that you don't know?
No, because it was told to me and suggested to me that you have to do this unless and have not be put in the facility that I don't.
What do you believe is the mastermind of this incident? The mastermind of this incident, what do you believe in?
I believe it's your show.
So you believe? You're not sure?
I did see the strand of hair when the streak of her hair when the night of it happened.
Did you test it?
What?
Did you test her strand of hair?
I don't actually have a strand of her hair. I saw a streak of her hair. Streak of her hair.
So it could possibly be anybody's hair, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't see her person, correct?
No, I don't.
So are you generally this doubtful as to whether or not who cast is?
No.
No? So you're certain it's her?
A lot of the evidence seems to point that way.
The evidence seems to point that way towards Alicia?
Alicia.
Alicia, the fact? Alicia someone? What evidence?
What evidence? Evidence that is just presented in this trial.
That do not indicate my client?
The evidence that she was obviously not present at the trial, but at the time of objection.
Could you just restate your question?
I think we're getting a little bit confused here, so let's just.
Whether or not Alicia someone was present? And she said if there's evidence, I'm asking for what evidence?
Well, the evidence that was presented for.
As the scope of the witness. Expert on this side.
The question is, does she believe Alicia was the mastermind or she can ask for that?
You believe that you are not certain that Alicia Stumbo is the mastermind of this incident?
I believe so.
You generally make assumptions?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Do you generally make assumptions?
No.
No. Would you consider yourself a popular girl?
What?
Would you consider yourself a popular girl?
No.
And what about Alicia?
Yes.
That's what the question is.
Thank you. Any other cross-examination? Thank you. Any redirect? Yes, Your Honor.
On the night of September 27th, you saw a strand of hair. Where did you see the strand of hair?
I saw it passing by when I was responding to security.
Where did you see the hair near the security?
I saw it near St. Edward Hall.
Was it just the hair or was it on the face?
It was on a figure.
So you believe it to be a person?
Yes.
Where would you think that was a person? Did you believe that was Alicia?
Yes.
Where did you see supposedly Alicia?
I saw Alicia near the bushes, and I suppose she moved to Edward Hall, which was obviously his office.
That's evidence.
Yes, this is prosecution number 5 and has offense seen. And what is this?
This is text messages.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any objections? No, thank you.
Could you read these text messages? Tell us who you're talking to.
All right. Where are you at? CS showed when 5 or 10 ago. Where are you? Dorm, okay.
Now, these are text messages between you and Alicia.
No,
They're text messages with you and Alicia.
stop.
What does the CS stand for?
Campus security.
So that night, when on lookout, campus security showed up and you left,
Yes.
and then you went back to the
I went to the roundabout first.
Any cross-examination based on this? Please.
Did anybody see you go to your door?
Not that I know of, I'm pretty sure my roommate would know.
Did she testify?
No, they're all, no, they're all gone.
Any further redirect? Would you please provide me with that? I'm sorry. Oh, is this an exhibit? Thank you. Sorry, prosecution exhibit number 5 is transfer requirement. Accepted evidence. May the clerk please excuse? Thank you. Additional witnesses from the prosecution? Swear to interest all of that justice, all of that.
State your name for the board, please.
My name is Sean.
Are you a fraternity?
Yes, yes, I am.
Which fraternity are you in?
They know the road.
If you're a fraternity, your fraternity allowed you to.
Yes, it does.
Have you been a victim of a dating incident?
I have.
So, what about it?
I've been involved in 3 different types of individuals. I was forced to swim laps of pool for more than an hour, along with other pledges from the school. I am forced on multiple occasions to carry my brother's bags for them to their classes, which terminates me late to class. And I was also forced to dress up these statues in between the courtyard of the student activity center and the program.
Has anyone specifically paid you?
Michael, David, and Alicia.
Now, what did you do on the night of September 23rd?
Myself, Ursa, and a fellow pledge, Bo, we all went to St. Edward's Hall to break into the office and to attest their final exam through the use of the Vega test pen. We were able to get into the office by using a lock to break into it. And after securing the tests with that information, we messed the office up a little bit. And then we looked at something that broke into different reasons. And then we
About what time you say you arrived? You arrived at the office.
it was around 8:50.
Is there any specific reason why at that time?
That was what I was told the best time to avoid security and security. I believe from what I've heard at that time, that was when they changed shifts. Difficult for them to realize that.
You wanted to do this with security wasn't around? Did you arrive? That's when you picked the office. The few here in life, particularly others.
To steal Yes.
And did anyone withdraw this?
Yes.
So, of course, would you like to?
Michael Van English.
And why is it good?
I did it because I wanted to get this return. I'm rushing right now on the pledge, and I was told that this was going to be the last big thing. After everything that I had done to finally get into the fraternity, after everything, that this would be the last thing that I had.
Now, are you familiar with cheating scandal that were involved, Michael Van involved with up here?
I have heard some rumors, but I do not know the specifics on it.
Do you know, by any chance, the teacher who you up here?
No, I do not.
Now, you know about the placement virtually?
No, I've never heard it before.
When did you find out that she passed away? So, knowing this information now, you read this night, because you did. Have you, go back a little bit, have you, on record, saying all, and all is actually, about that?
I said it in one of my classes, it was just a hard strip. I did not at all.
Are you familiar that Dr. Spencer is dead?
Like I said before, I think she was no idea about that.
Now, we'll go back a little bit. We talked about how you ransacked your office. Right, on board.
Yes, I wrote the numbers 162, 1201. The reason why I did that was because I wanted to give investigators something to try to throw them off. The numbers are completely insignificant. They're just football record playing stats that I got off the top of my head. So 162 yards rushing, 120 receiving, 1 touchdown. It was the first thing that came to my mind. I just figured it would be something. It wasn't anything.
Now, this is both, correct? So what was those goals?
It was just another question.
So this event that occurred on the 25th, was this the last time? Days? You know,
That's what I was hoping, yes.
consider this. And that's why we decided, you know,
After all of this, I just really needed the truth to get out there. After hearing that Penny Smith passed away, I just wanted the necessary things.
is there anything else like that?
I'm just really sorry that this all happened. I didn't mean for it to happen at all.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
What is your relationship with David Michael?
I don't have, well, Caitlin and Michael are close friends. Close friends. They were the ones who were trying to help me get into at least.
Are you able to explain that to me?
What is your relationship with Krista?
I don't really have. She's just a sort of
Michael and Krista, okay,
it would seem like, yes.
can you elaborate?
Well, from what I've heard from Michael, it just seems like there's a really did have thing, considering how much he would speak about her, how much. A walk about her. There's this one thing we talked about, getting the room.
So is there any reason as to why Michael and Crystal would say that they want to be close?
Thank you. Additional calls?
Do you think what you were looking for? And then if that happened over consent of the meeting?
Yes.
And who was it then?
Bo and person.
And he was there with you as well?
Yes.
And who was the president of this committee?
Jacob Jess.
Do you know why, Mr. Freeman said that he was the president earlier this year?
I do not know when.
Is it true that you, would you think that people are trying to confuse whether or not?
Yes, so it's this.
So it's fair to say that other people might be in regret that it happened? Including the people that they did do?
I would hope so. Yes.
Thank you. Any additional calls? No, yeah. Thank you. Any regret? May the freedom be excused? Yes. Thank you. May you excuse. Further witnesses?
No, I'm not sure it's called the next.
Recall being Jackson?
Yes.
All right. You're previously sworn in, you are still testifying in the court. You may begin.
As we stated earlier, we did not provide for the witness license. Is that right?
Almost.
How was she acting with your,
She's kind of just a little pale, eligible. She's kind of nervous, anxious, not herself.
do you believe that she may have been acting like this because she knew that the break-in had gone wrong?
I believe that it has something to do with that. Like I said, she came, she was kind of stopped, she left, she lost it out for a while, she came back, she was feeling the pain in her head. I had my flashlight on, I was looking at her, and she said that we with her. She just wasn't. And I thought it had to do.
Do you know how she was acting in her head?
It's me.
And what were the plans for the break-in that night?
They were just supposed to go in, take pictures of the test, and leave. They were supposed to be trashing of the room. Shouldn't have, didn't even know that they were here. Just go and take pictures, and they weren't noticing missing anything.
How did Alicia get into the movie that day?
I had to go to the sideboard a lot.
And so they just let her in and guys and went back to the seat.
Yes.
How would you say that Alicia reacted when the budgets were like?
Me, her, and Michael had met, and she was very nervous. She talked fast as per normal. She seemed very anxious.
Do you believe because she knew that it would all be coming back to her from that time?
Possibly.
Why would you say that Alicia still holds the grudge against Dr. Penn, even though you and Michael were on the
I don't understand because the situation was over. We weren't in any trouble, so I just want to move on. That's what I can do. I don't understand the urge. Why should I do?
Do you believe Alicia would try to pin this whole thing on someone else, such as the president? Are you aware that Alicia allowed hazing?
I heard that yes.
Are you aware of any other instances besides the one with the of Alicia hazing? Are you aware that Dr. Smith is president of the building?
That's devastating. I just don't know how it happened. It's supposed to be one small little thing. That's got somebody to watch.
How do you think Alicia is about it?
I can't say for certain.
Do you believe that since she had such a grudge against Dr. Smith, that she might find this as a relief, so that you won't have to worry about it anymore.
I would hope not, I hope she has passion, but she could have
That's what it's about.
Any additional cross-examination, Mr. Witness? Thank you. Please, excuse. Additional witnesses from the prosecution?
One more witness is on.
Does the prosecution rest in this case?
Yes.
We didn't give it in the schedule, but it's all right, we'll proceed with the defense witnesses. Defense, are you ready to proceed with your case, Chief? Yes. Oh, yes, yes, all right, let's, like, 10-minute break. Everybody, court to
May I kindly urge you not to speak about the case, your thoughts on the case while you are out on your break, please? Save all that for the
I know, I did thank God because I guess the first guy took the shots for us, and I was like, oh my God, thank God. I would have been so nervous. Yeah, I'm glad he went first. I wasn't here for that. It's been good. I mean, I've never really been in a jury or a court case. So every time I get to do a jury in a real court, I'm always in school, so I have yeah, twice already. Yeah.
I've gone.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's such a nice surprise to be all the way back. Yeah. The DNA forensics, yeah. It was good. It was better than the lab report. All we had to do was like 2 pages in the lab report. Okay. I'm fine. Yeah, it is. No, I think I'm gonna take it off because I didn't know that deadline was this fall for GREs, which is kind of like cap. But so I just like try to find a few. I mean, the application, I think it was like supposed to be this fall, and I was to get it next fall. It's kind of weird for me. I don't know, because I don't want to have like a late application. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, they're quite.
I didn't know they were like a year ahead. Yeah, I know. So I'm gonna try to go straight to the next year so I can like get.
Yeah, that would be
It was nice seeing you.
He's the best. And you're the one that told me you were
The other stuff is last It is. I was so nervous. No, well, I was actually getting ready for presentation.
Deviance Well, I did it. When I said I'm trying.
Surely I can watch this now, my stream, I watch like a couple of stuff. But it feels so
That's
it's freezing down there too. So maybe
was also. She was like, down. Yeah, Sean also Hershey's? Yeah. Like that's why they. That's why I didn't mean to be mean, but I was like, no, I thought it was no, like she said, like I have to, like she gave me a script and he gave me a script and they say that I'm project. So I'm just like, why are they like, yeah, why are they like, I'm jealous. That's why I feel like oh my God, did you make a fraternity? Yeah, but we, oh my, are you screaming? She don't have no skill. So she made a fraternity shirt. Okay, I'm looking for a bow tie and you commitment. I love it. I saw your little bow tie. I was like, okay. Yes. She's like, you can't hide shirt. I'm like, girl, just try to put your hair back. Like, okay, well, I was like, trying to make this shirt. Like, hard to feel hot on. I'm like, and then you kind of agency you got there. I'm like, oh my God, like I see the rules my place. And she's like, you are not president. I'm president. But I am president. That's why I was like, do we have to do that? Now, like on accident. That's crazy. Like their ass. Oh. There's questions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
So she really.
Yeah.
Administration.
Make sure they're good. Did those guys leave?
Oh no, they asked us.
I was like,
No, yeah, no.
Everybody's clear. Everybody.
She's been like, yo. Just
Don't hate me on birthday.
Yeah, let's do like,
Where here or at my apartment?
I see something you don't see.
All of our jobs is like 2 hours. Yeah, I was going
Did you ask for it? The name That's what I
Order. Court is about to start again. Everyone take your seats,
Is anyone else still outside or breaking back in as far as you know? Thank you. Thank you very much for coming back in. It appears that we're just a few minutes ahead of schedule, which is a good thing, and lunch is ready. So at this point, I appreciate you coming back in and having a seat. However, jury members, please be escorted upstairs to have lunch first. And when you are finished, then the attorney will go. And we will, an hour for lunch. 1 hour for lunch. Everybody be back at 12:22.
That was such a fabulous laugh.
Not a juror.
Look at her face.
You look cold?
Yeah, it's freezing in here.
You're famous. You see the famous.
Yeah, but the dean and the associate.
Yeah.
But I'm like, oh yeah, they need to. Like I realized they wouldn't know where to go. They would just think about it. So I think
I thought I should probably send it over to Cindy to apologize for the chair.
there is a church of
There's no chairs. No, they're good. I didn't know. Okay, good.
Yeah, it worked out. Yeah, because sociology, science,
Yeah.
no, so she's all right.
Good. I won't say it.
Yeah. Didn't step on anybody's foot at all. Yeah. Although I was like, I didn't appreciate that. Y'all give my students any idea, but I read the Bible. Like, okay, all right, we don't have any of that stuff. Yeah, right. Really, very cool. This is a lot of work. A lot of detail. Seems like this is a very good location.
I've done it in rooms like this before. They all have that. They've got their breakout rooms. Yeah.
Seems like there's so many people.
The hardest part is with 5 hours. I've never known actually to have to go to no matter No, he was one of the
Yes, it really is. It's so, so how would this fare so far?
Well, we've got they're going a little faster. courses. We've done it now. West Side is it's presidential, like right now. I don't really have a jump
Well, listen, nice that we have those connections.
Yeah. One of the principals down at, so I spoke to the single controls all of K-12 for Pennsylvania. And one of the principals read the article saying,
Yeah.
first thing he was and then he saw the disclaimer and he went, oh, it's amazing. He said, we send 11 students a year to law school, and they never get to practice. Because they can go to law school after you, just like they go to law school after this place.
Yeah.
11 law students a year?
Yeah. But now we have does it start this year? The new, they call, I don't know, they call it law school. They come here for 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
We have that too, it's always awesome to give them a chance to do something. It wasn't because I was trying to be thoughtful about it. One of the intent and that was some of the best part because I had them do teaching class on sociology. And I said, come up to community college when I came back, get out of the way and do something. And I know what they got from me. I think it's a beautiful thing to give them a chance to write.
Lot to sell. Against my Cleveland Indians.
All around.
Some of the students get a big kick out of my exams are usually at 8 o'clock. Little sugar goose. Oh, I know. None of my professors ever thought I was in that class. Oh, I know. Issues.
Oh, my
So it looked like there was pretty decent weather. This time. Actually, I always thought my body was
Just a little bit busy, huh? So, what do you think?
She met my request. Got finished. Never finished before the bank. And then I did. She had a good experience. Then she actually got the job in her career. Finished her one getting ready to go work. Well, from Disney. And recently, also, they have to go she could possibly go to she was sports business. She does that, she'll go to YouTube. But she may end up being a surgeon. So I said, have you go. Let's see now. Well, think about okay, Disney World, imagine pizza. That's century outfits. Yeah, as a server.
Right before they
Work.
So, yeah, they're just.
Break. Get out of
He's not here. They're gonna have to.
Can't eat.
So I told him about some.
Get out of house.
The jury is. They're going to be announced. She knows. She was in my office.
She'll be living.
When she first arrived. It's like,
Oh, yeah. And then, of course. I guess the mantra is.
So I don't know how much of it, right, I don't know how much of it is, aiming to this, and then and so because of the additional issues, they've expressed their great
Amazing. She's a pretty upbeat kid. Well, it's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you, Dad. Crystal, appreciate it. Give me the captain, first captain of the St. Leo football team. We're gonna bring it back just for you.
See, I killed you.
Okay. All right. I can't do it. He's only.
Are you, you guys introduced me, I'm sorry, give me just a moment.
Dr. Fisher.
Neighbor.
I thought I was gonna have to come and knock on your door this morning.
How was that?
Because I saw that you were around leaving your car this morning.
No,
Hi, I'm Ann Roberts. Nice to meet you.
Janice sits down. I ride my bike or jog. Somehow,
Close enough, that's good.
Do you also work with kids here? I didn't think you showed up just because it's free.
But I got a couple of people.
She'll look at the picture. But where's your? Oh, no, they're biased, but not.
I'm more like. Oh my God, I love it. I love how she addresses it.
I'm just saying the facial expression. Just kind of.
I can see it. And who's got it?
Yeah.
Or very important.
Here I just surprised.
Okay, well, let me let you guys know. Their child to dinner tonight. Yeah. Like, getting beer.
Yeah. I
Did
can
you do your afternoon with that?
really and
Did I get there?
It
It was over.
I know that.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I actually grabbed it. I knocked the bell and that's a robin.
Oh.
She can't get her beer. Walk down there. It was so sad.
Oh.
Yeah,
this
she
is like
was.
expensive to have.
I just got her, I'm just like, I feel like I'm going. They did give me extra credit and the fact that like, the first thing that we did was like, hi, I'm a girl. I'm just going to there.
Like I had a website of interviews. I was like, what? Okay, cool. We didn't need a big page. We go on
Oh,
I need on the headset.
I love that.
But I feel like there's people who are like, wait, what are you talking to me? Well, I'm not telling you where you're from. So yeah, they were.
No,
Even out.
and actually, we were at the
She's so rude. She like screamed over the phone.
I mean, I can't tell about it. Sean or? My friend,
Yeah, and you're supposed to until Dagger comes in. That's just like, wait, screaming.
I've been on Amazon,
And then she's like, we need it on the dinosaur. And I'm like, we don't need to scream that. Go tell anyone that's close to you, hey, go tell me that I know that it's right. I'll do it. Over. Which is another reason that yeah. Also, I need to tell veterans that veterans off on the other.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know if you have any purchase.
My father-in-law, he was named reserve for years.
So, yeah, public. Grocery bill on that day. And you can add it to your.
And then likewise.
He bought us a water heater.
By the way, our
10% of the water heater in it, and adds up.
And I tried. Hurry up and make the next one. The Adrian's, like. Yeah. It's like, that was great. Why is he saying off?
I like they're eating it, basically.
I'm so
And
angry.
so, when we wanted to, oh, isn't that what they were doing? Just for your discount? No, I'm also. It was great, yeah.
That's why, like, Tom and Liam, they were like, they hired me, I'm like, call me, I'll help you guys, I work at Publix, I know my things.
We hired like, yeah,
I prefer.
Oh, wait, what are we saying?
I'm so annoyed about that.
she asked if there's good time for her to do our windows. We're like, well, thanks, I'll be out of town, you can have as much time as you want at our house. She's like, okay, that's great. We'll throw her like some money.
Stability. Oh. Oh my. That was a paradox.
I will never go back, I don't care how she wants.
Have you seen all the?
I hate having, it's really bad, because since I work at a hospital, I have to clean the hospital every day, like all nonstop, always cleaning every day. So when I get home, the idea of cleaning just repulses me, and so it's like, doesn't get done.
See, whenever I start to study a serious study session.
Oh, and my room has to be clean for that.
I have traffic being so bad, we're finding out. My office to do the spotlight. My house is everything's straightened up, it's away. It gets procrastinated.
See, I don't
I just need to.
procrastinate, it gets me in like the mood to study.
No, not even that, like my brain works the way my room is. If my room is messy and I'm trying to study,
Yeah.
my brain will not be able to focus. But if I clean my room before I study,
That's just the second one, because I'm like, oh, I really need to
Then I
put all
do
those
it.
bills away. Oh, I really should make a building room. Oh, I really need to watch you want to do that.
I can't focus, so I have to start the cleaning process and get like all the laundry started, and then I can study while it's going on. But like, if my room is wrecked before I start trying to study for something major, I can't do it. So like, it's kind of been nice to have a test once a week, but because it's making me like clean my room once a week, it's really annoying because it's like, as soon as I'm done with one test, I have another one that I have to start.
I feel like by the time your guys finally rolls around, I'm so bored. Because I have the last time you got 4, it's graded.
Yeah.
And you guys are the last day I get so much done.
I have to get like, I think I have to get like a 75 on the test test in order to not show up for the 5.
I'm worried about that.
I didn't do as well as I wanted to on for your response. I know that, but I only missed one question on the short, so.
I should do as well.
When are you writing the test? Wait, are you writing the test? Come here. No, when? How tomorrow? I had to work on first because my roommate can kill me. Oh. They have another one coming up. You need that.
I gotta like,
They can't be started.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
like, she messaged me.
What?
Yeah.
The dad?
Oh my God. No, this is somebody from the carnival and you're not.
It's the opposite of mom.
Yeah, and that's what.
It has to be.
That's how I remember it. It's just the opposite.
That's not my baby. He's got a purple stem. Look at me.
I
baby. What? That even looks like you don't have a Oh, my God. I tried trying to flip through guys.
Oh, that's some spicy stuff.
What are you playing?
There was an episode I saw where
I played two.
the ex's new girlfriend was a nurse. And she writing about blood typing and she was wrong. It was so funny. Because
No, I'm actually considering.
my man is blood typing. That baby is sick.
I'm not a senior.
Yeah, it is, honey. I've been a nurse for 20 years. I go back to nursing school. But I tried, I marked what after was. I thought
Dr. Gonzo, you know Dr. Gonzo, when he does the blood section or 125, he said that some students have actually found out that they're adopted because they try to cross their parents' blood and they're like, there's no way I'm this type of blood. And then they go home and they're like, Mom, like, what's going on?
That's why I always like, I know the vocabulary. So there's public UB and what about genetics?
You're parking in the wrong spot.
But then I moved.
You did? You did? Off campus?
Yeah, and after he said that, I called my parents and I was
If
like,
I remember correctly,
okay,
oh,
Yeah, that's it. And then you have to call pretty soon.
no, and that's you.
We're talking about you yesterday. I said, she's just the cutest thing ever. I want to be like you. And then you came in today, and then the voice was like, "You're right. She got on polo. She's tight." I'm like, "Yes, she is." I was like, "I told y'all sleep."
Oh my God, yeah.
What year is this for?
It's my junior year. Yeah. I can't wait to be done.
What?
Yeah.
Looking forward to.
Well, I have to go. I'm
So,
gonna go.
but then, my dad showed me a ramp.
Well, I'm an accounting major.
Me? Yeah, because I look just like my
See, I don't
I like
distinctly
the
look
class
like
a
any
lot.
one person in my family.
I want to take it as a
Oh no, that's what all my siblings say. They always say I'm adopted. Because I look.
when I was supposed to be back here.
No, it's just because
When I was
like, I
supposed to be back
somewhat look like I somewhat look like my brother, but since we've grown up, we don't look like anymore because his face, my face is like down longer, and his stayed round like when he was younger.
No, I mean.
And then me and my brother
Oh,
don't
yeah,
look like our
it's good.
sisters.
Yeah.
And then I look like my dad somewhat, but I look more like my mom on the same side. So like I'm like a weird middle,
No, but-
so where I don't look distinctly like anybody in the family.
So what would you go?
Generally for each other.
I know, yes.
Yeah.
You're both.
Yeah. People are always like,
One
it's
Today.
Oh, you look just like
Here.
that. I'm like, honestly, no.
He's really messy.
If you stick me and my dad beside each other, no, each other.
Hello there.
How you doing?
Oh, okay. What did you find that?
No, see, my sisters look more.
I found it though.
There's 4 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, the two girls are the oldest. The oldest being 29. And so it goes 29, 26, 23 is 20. Well, she's actually 30 now. Because, well, her birth, well, no, she's 30 in a week. Her birthday's coming up. Yeah. So she's 30, and like, we're all like 3 years apart to say when all our birthdays happen for the year, but like, there's always like a weird, like, one of us is older or younger, depending on where.
Yeah, I ate first. I was the first one in line.
Yeah. Like, when all of our birthdays to say happen, we're all 3 years apart.
That's how it always is. In my house, my brothers. Especially when my dad makes pancakes, I gotta have the first pancake. Whoever eats the first pancake, I get really mad at them.
Because that's yours.
Yes, because it's like the perfect. Yeah.
Well, theoretically, even if you weren't substances,
I
it could happen depending on which
like
one
butter.
of your birthdays.
Unless it's for butter, it would be there.
If
My dad had me in his office. Oh, people tell him how old are they?
What else are you doing?
Shame on you.
I have 2 accounting classes. Every class.
I don't know.
Criminal justice class. Dr. Walker figure.
Oh, which one?
It's intro.
Okay, so that one is
Not
not
like
involved.
it.
Oh, okay.
I have a religion class.
Yeah.
Busy.
Yes, very.
It takes 6 hours. You live in East Kent. How does that happen? Do you live down there? Or how does that work?
Well, you can just ask for it, but many people don't. So there's a lot of available space. I like it because it's cheaper. And not only that, it's like a little apartment.
We all like a real apartment.
Yeah.
How many?
There's 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
I like them. Well, me and my
You just don't
what? We just together, but otherwise,
But generous.
yeah.
But to live there, you have to have a it's there, you can't. I get it.
I was with my brother, so in all the fights, I pulled the chair. I almost broke my brother's nose.
And then so Leo kind of
There's another time when I got braces stuck to his lip.
Minneapolis?
really?
I have
Okay.
If there's in my argument, I did not split my chin down on my bed on the bed, and the only thing that wasn't pinned down because he was trying to were my legs, and so I used them to
What part?
Yes. I was there last year.
Oh, no, we got like physical.
It didn't work like I wanted it to.
You're quite downtown.
I was about to say, because if she put it in the conditioner, she leave it in longer, it's such a. Or at least sit her hair.
Good. I'm glad. Well.
We're very impressed. Train, get all around.
Did you go to the mall?
No.
I don't
I
remember
was like
them all.
venting to all of them.
No.
This is like the same thing.
Yeah, it really is.
So later, oh, we
When
sent this application from through our line. It's like, we didn't hire him because we know he's an asshole.
One of his friends was so he took a claim back. Oh, you know,
No, they literally like, when the manager saw his name come through, they put the comments on his application, like, no hiring, he's an asshole. So, and that goes to every public in our district too.
Oh, man. He has a law school.
Sorry, not sorry.
So he's been so apathetic about his
That's huge, right? That was amazing. I loved it because.
Oh,
I was so impressed. But I didn't know where to go.
Why haven't you done? Why haven't you done this? Why is this happening? Because I have a job. When I'm not at a job, I got a job. And when I'm not doing either of those, I'm so
There's gonna be a deal. There's gonna be a deal with Black Friday, so just.
I'm like, don't give me your job. That doesn't work. And it's taking. You should be doing when I was there, I had a job. And I have two law stores. I was driving there. I was buying groceries. You got a street that's paying those.
I think the middle tube. The middle tube is my family.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
but I feel like these are gonna make it like weird. I've said a little
My oldest sister,
Yeah, I was so
pretty much as
impressed.
soon as she went to college,
Yeah.
she moved out here. She actually went to Florida.
I like cities. I like a city where you can move
And then,
around.
but she just never moved back in, because like,
And,
college.
by the way, I thought maybe my Facebook was wanted posted. It took us a while to figure out how to do it. Paint, we might have taken training. And then we're like, what do you do with it?
Yeah, it just,
Honor system. It's very Canadian. Clean, polite, we were stopping at the stoplight. I like that. Downtown, I saw the Minneapolis. Was that there all the time? So that might have convinced me. Walked along and got, oh, that lovely water front car. This is like downtown. You get it from downtown, right? It's fine. Car, bike. Oh, where do you live? Any of that?
yes, I do. I live 5 minutes from that.
Really?
That was so sweet.
Oh, thanks. That's great.
I don't hear about you.
I don't even know, honestly. I think I'm really like, yeah. Okay, email and
We get along
I
really
don't
well.
remember applying here. I just remember paying a fee.
No, he wants more sense.
Yeah, but it's like up to 6 months after you have birth and pregnant.
I was freezing down there.
Not immediately, well, it would only suck if you got like right afterwards, but.
don't have that often. Like during long breaks, like Christmas break. Not Thanksgiving. We go to Atlanta. My family. I feel like I'm homesick.
Arguably,
Everybody
she had an
argument.
She had an argument to say.
So big. Right?
In a few weeks.
This was too.
They have been married
I heard. Really? What are the different countries?
in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Marlon, Marietta, and Green. I'm gonna be going to campuses and they're saying, oh, so you'll have to rent
It's so dangerous. I don't know.
You can tell now, it's not like you're coming up.
I actually like it because it was my favorite. I like that you teach different. Like it's a circle. It's like it's collaborative. Like I like that. I really like that. I feel like I learn more. And I do have things to say most times, but I don't say it because I'm good. But then I regret it. Like, someone would say something that I said, and I'm just like, okay, I was right. Yeah. I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, they asked questions.
How about allergies?
Talk about these meetups.
Yeah.
Newspaper influences.
Oh, yeah.
I like that class a lot.
Yeah, sports team. Sorority.
Actually, I haven't even. I haven't. No.
Kind of the stuff that's important to have season.
We have no one to take another one.
Because most of the time it's more like all the teachers know.
Yeah, I took
You want to scare this, and all the older people are like, not me, and then walks away.
yeah, I typically like teachers that are like, I feel like I learn better, but easy teachers, I feel like I just have to do yes everything, and I don't really know. Right?
So you always see
Exactly.
walking out to the bullpen.
So I like that class because she made us all think
It's hard.
yeah. And I got an interview.
You did?
Right?
That's a hard thing. That I would think.
And then they also
We had to
like,
read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard book.
Most
The kind of type.
they just tell you how to read, but you really don't have to. But then if you have to talk about it, then the students are going to look, you know?
That was hard. Did you find the book hard?
There was two.
The one, the Deviance text.
Kind of. I had to read some of it twice, some of the chapters.
I think it's hard book.
So she said we have an hour. When did the hours start?
She asked us to get back at 22 minutes past.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Maybe that.
I was just wondering, because I was like, wait a minute, I remember her saying we have an hour. I don't remember when it started.
We get back at 12:22.
Yeah, it opened my eyes to a lot of stuff
I couldn't
actually.
figure out how long you've been sitting here.
A lot. I'm so happy I took that class. Your class too.
You're very good.
I know I'm getting caught.
You have opinions, not information.
Oh, I feel like you're a good teacher for that class.
I think they only do one.
It's one of my areas.
It's because they, one of them has
One of my areas that I studied in sociology.
How long have you been teaching?
Yeah, Jamea.
Have I been teaching that class?
No, here.
I've been teaching.
Really? I've never seen you around.
It's amazing how small schools.
Yeah, because they did call us out.
Sometimes you
But that was
still
super shocking. They still need us to go up there.
Thank you.
Smiles.
I know they're calling.
Time-based.
They told
Yeah,
me.
but you look engaged. I mean, some students,
Yeah, we're going to
check out.
Don't forget.
Well, I get it, you know, people have different personalities, but some people talk a lot, some people don't. So people have to.
Yeah, no, literally, I looked at their girl and I was like,
I'm like that, so. I mean, if I'm a student, the ideas that I have, I'm not familiar with.
well, I was talking to the defense and I was like,
And I think it's actually warmer.
Yeah, it is,
But it's
yeah.
still cold.
Yeah, it is a lot warmer. So after we come back, do they, what are they?
that's what I told them.
And that's a week.
I think. They have them the months. Oh, very good. Yeah, I thought it'd be cool.
I'm gonna say right now, because
I'm assuming she's.
I mean, because like.
So they,
the defense
do,
is
you
asking
know, whatever that's done.
You are literally here just to talk.
I was gonna say, but
Not
no, I literally
until-
looked at him and was
Not
like,
sure how they're gonna do
don't
it,
expect
but
me to be able to say that.
everybody is going to come up with
They're
their
like, well, no, yeah,
and then okay, but can also see you come
Right.
because when they're picking jewelry, each side is gonna pick people that they think is gonna get the outcome. How that
we didn't test that, and I doubt that was in the character profile.
Me too.
All I'm trying to do right now is like just remember what order my Joe and I don't even think they're gonna use it. Because the defense, like.
And then we're writing
Because they have it, I know they have it.
observation, basically like we did.
Just like you've done.
But
No, you didn't turn yours in, but it's just like.
and I'm so mad because I tried so hard to do it and I did so
You
good.
didn't
I
get
didn't.
feedback on that, but it's the same. But
No, it's not.
It's the same like the newspaper thing that you're gonna describe and. There's one in this one where we have.
So,
But then.
So if you have something like
anything here.
if according to.
And does it have to be like before the case started? I was sitting by number 20. I forgot what his name was, but like they asked him what his number was before it even started. Like they were
They do like
association. You
Oh,
know?
okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they
Is that
essentially like.
related though?
Anything, like you want to connect, if you think, with charges, right? So fraud, we're talking about hazing.
Yeah. They literally,
Everything about alcohol.
Right.
You know, you want to say, well, this is what they said here. If you really know that that's likely to be true, or that would have been unusual, you know.
Right.
That's your third.
don't most people who are elected cats on the fence?
All the pollen, like everything.
Stuff like that, you know, just trying to be thorough.
Alexis Sullivan is like.
When is it due?
I'll tell you what, there's something about it.
I don't think, I don't know. I know we have the midterm on Monday, or
Well, there's some stuff to it, because when I lived in, there's some stuff like when I lived in
what time
Virginia,
is
I
that?
had
At 2?
vocal cord issues, we moved out of Virginia.
I would just. We're meeting at 1:30.
They come out with
I have a class, but I can walk there. I do
I mean,
wanna
I
go
could write a
though.
letter to somebody.
it causes
You know, Orlando?
stuff done, like I do that.
Well, what are you thinking of?
It's another
And as soon as we cut them down, or our neighbors cut them down,
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, nothing less than
he's been saying mean things. Be nice children. Oh my God. Now that we're talking.
Possibly, the last time you hear that.
Yeah, because I don't think I got a response.
No, I don't think I've checked mine yet. I was logged out of my computer. Something was up with the system when was that Thursday, right? And then I never got back on.
That's okay, not too.
Well, it's because a lot of, Benadryl and like allergy
That'll be fun.
medication, most of them are derived from the group of plants that causes the most allergies.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
They are.
No, like literally the respiratory system.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
Oh, this one is treated for your allergies, but this is
I had a
read it.
it causes allergies. It's really. So if you're not allergic to this, it's fantastic. But if you're allergic to it, if you take it,
Wait,
you're
which one?
screwed because not only is your medication allergic, your medication is
I'm trying to do this.
Yeah, that's possible.
Okay. Like I'm over in the meter.
Yeah.
Drag me by. Oh, okay, I like the on the hair, they're dragging me, pulling my hair.
So do we get to actually log in? I'm excited, yes. Really? I feel like, I thought we were just gonna be like a visitor.
Oh, no,
you know?
no, no, no.
Yay.
Yeah. At least that's what.
Monday. Where were we meeting at Monday? Okay.
I guess.
I mean, this is, they have a different wording this year, so. But when I went to.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, because I was gonna write about it on.
Yeah, well, no, you don't have to write about that.
Well, then.
Extra credit.
You can't take anything in, but anything will allow.
It says all my writing.
But
I'm gonna take out the card.
Are we driving separately? Everyone's driving?
I was asking that we carpool, so I don't want to do a band.
Where is it?
Oh,
okay. Yeah, maybe I should.
So I asked if I can turn out.
Well, it was medicine too, but because it was in the gel capsule, when you swallow it, you could swallow.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Here's the size of the cell. And so I would swallow it. And then the gel capsule would dissolve through my esophagus and then station. So
Yeah, but like, I'm talking in class, like, when I'm
all the way
not.
through, but that was really burning. Anytime I ate.
Not a big deal, but like,
Any
when I'm
amount of acid. So I went, thankfully,
But it's really, which is really weird, because I've done like, performance of the band.
It was interesting.
Really?
On stage, but like, individualized.
There's a, is there, what is it today? A meet? I had sandals on at first and I went to my car and I changed my shoes. So, yes. And now I look like one.
No, I
Oh.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, no, I think.
Well, you actually live in a
are needed.
Yeah, but it's so I needed like.
Shoveling takes over.
I just did on not even just all the easy stuff, like all the stuff I know I was gonna want to do. I was trying to actual homework. It's like busy working on that.
Whenever I heard before
Everyone.
it's terrible.
I know.
It's one of the most.
Everyone's always like, oh, are there black people there? Like, oh, and there's a lot. Yeah.
And that was the other, yeah.
Everyone's always surprised. That's so funny.
And you. Summer home there.
Right.
What's gonna be worse? What's probably gonna be more nervous is the fact that I'm just gonna see Dr. Papa walking around. No, see, she did that one. So it's literally
And give all those walkways.
Oh, yeah. Skywalk. Yeah.
So
oh, I make faces. I make faces that are up.
I do that, not because yeah, you
Not the shot.
okay, yeah, just because when you're here, you gotta try to do so. Oh, that's
Huge, right?
it is. So yeah, you did go.
No, he was going.
Did you guys take a plane there?
Like full on
No,
singing.
just, yeah,
It was literally like during that.
And it was easy to get around, right?
We're sitting here like, okay, first of all.
Yeah, I feel like our bus system is really easy
If
too.
you've ever seen, like, if you've ever seen. Yes, it is. So, yeah. Trying to figure out what.
Yes, right, you asked for it all. I didn't ask some things about that.
Yeah, I don't have to.
Yeah, I feel like food is really good when you travel.
And he just, yeah, it was
I feel like I like that too. Like when people go out and drive, I like to like be on the train. Exactly. It's more of an experience.
Yeah, you don't have to be worried about it.
It's a exactly.
Ellis was cheap. It's like, but it's just like,
Exactly. I totally agree.
oh yeah.
I always tell my friends that whenever we go, like, oh, let's check the train. I just want to drive.
I haven't seen it. Yeah, I know.
Which is can be good, but then you
I give it so much. I give it so much.
we were there, he was running. So,
Yeah.
Yay.
you go back home?
Yeah, probably. Back to my home where I'm from. Home is very important to me. Well, my mom has 4 kids. 2 girls, 2 boys, including me, and then my dad has 3. Actually, I forgot about him. Not really, but he's new. I'm the middle child. Pretty much. Nice talking.
No, she got about halfway through. She switched to blue. Well, no, she wants to do like more stuff of like work with people. Like, yeah, she was just like better and she realized that she just so she switched to blue place and she's like, oh, I think she's still doing it. Or she does. I think she's taking us out biology classes she even had to make. She's done all the pre-reqs. I think she already had the biology. Which is just like if you're supposed to be like I took the way I this semester, I think it's like that's how I did it. Take it this semester, so I was expecting to be on it. And then like that kind of left. A lot of the classes I was she left next semester, so now I'm thinking that I have to go organism biology.
It's running, yeah. I just have to turn this
Yeah,
back
but I
on.
was like, I needed micro, but it was very expensive. I needed micro. So I did like micro. What are you gonna do to like fix this? Because like I was like for most like graduate school stuff, they look at accuracy and bio and actually like I so I did micro in biotech. Because I took environmental last year because I actually I think I can write off for it. It's just so taking organic 2 I'm actually double. I'm gonna talk to Dr. Miller about if anything I'll take like I have YouTube. I got it. Well, there's like an option down at the bottom where we're gonna take like one more AI, and so you have like that option of like Orgo 2, Physics 2. Well, I was thinking like bio. I was thinking bio anyway, so like if it does double apply that. I know it wasn't easy, but. Cause I'm not bad at it, like, obviously, it's like the one, it's the class that
And that's why.
Don't die. It's not worth it.
Wait, what?
If you look at you, just smile. Look at you.
No, yeah, I know. Oh,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon then. Are you rested now? You're refreshed? You're full? I hope my jurors are not too full. You're not going to fall asleep. Take a siesta. Your tacos. Do not fall asleep. Okay, I just want to clarify and confirm who is still here with us. I see that we have lost a few people. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize sincerely, okay? Kim Blackman, if you're here, just raise your hand. All right, still here. Nevada Chapman? Janae? Dylan Taylor? Perfect. Hope Slade? Spencer? You guys remember to sit in number order, that's awesome. Marilyn's not here. Justin Satchel? Antoine? Austin? Am I pronouncing it correctly? A-U-S-T-O-N. Austin? He's not here. Not here. Thank you. Adeline? Oh, yeah, congrats. Fincher? Yes? Okay. My juror who was number 12 did not actually put his name. That was you, right? You're still here. Soul? Sunny and bright? Soul, okay. Sierra? I think Sierra did leave. She was here. Okay. I will put a question mark beside her. Daniel, Subs? Thank you. Luca, still here? Cox, I did not read your name. That's E-R-I-E, Eric? You're right, that is 60. Thank you. Lisa? Charlotte? Dominique? And Michael? Okay, and just to recall, Sierra? Okay, so we have 13. Thank you.
Court is back in session. Defense prosecution rested just before lunch break. Is the defense ready for this case? All right. Close the bench. Order, please. All right, jurors, we have an event that has taken place that you need to be aware of. Defense counsel has a statement.
Yes, as of right now, Joel Franklin was involved in a car accident just 30 minutes ago and did not present at the trial. The prosecution does have his deposition, which will be used as a statement.
The prosecution does have that deposition?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are in agreement with the information evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
This will be a joint exhibit.
Yes.
The approach to the exhibit, please. The joint exhibit number 1. Thank you. Defense, you have the witness to call.
Yes, first witness. You're not called to say it, but
I'm sorry, who are you calling? Nathaniel Jones. Any other objection to the witness?
Yes.
Sure.
Oh, Nate.
What?
Why are you so controversial?
Please keep in mind that they're talking to the judge right now, so if you guys can please keep it your voice a little bit.
So I have your attention, please, Lord. I believe you have called Daniel Jones?
Yes.
That is a great question. You swear to truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, talking about. Yes. Yeah. My name is Bailey Keller. I am the attorney for Franklin. And if you could just state your name loudly and clearly, please.
My name is Nathaniel Jones.
Okay. And what is your occupation?
My occupation is currently, I am a student working as a veterinary assistant, where I do know background in biology.
Okay, and how many years of experience do you have?
I am a third-year student and a second-year veterinary assistant.
Okay, do you have any kind of certification at all?
I'm working, like I said, I'm working towards my degree in biology, and I am also working towards my certification.
So, exactly what was your job during this investigation?
My job during this investigation was to do the DNA analysis on the saliva sample found on the scene.
Okay, and did you have any knowledge previously of the case before you started processing?
No, when we processed the DNA, we were aware of the victim's name, or the suspect's name, the victim's name, and then which DNA corresponded to them. We knew no background information on the victims themselves, and then we were just aware that the office was broken.
Okay, did you have a supervisor that report?
Yes, that would be our professor, Dr.
Okay, thank you very much. Any cross-examination?
Oh, I'm sorry, you have further directions? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Part of your investigation, what sample were you in charge of?
I was in charge of analyzing the saliva sample.
And what if any defendant or witness did saliva?
The saliva matched the suspect of Sean Pettis.
So did not match what you said?
No.
No. And are you sure that collection process was handled here?
When the DNA was in my team's custody, it was used only with sterile gloves and sterile equipment, transferring and switching out all gloves and tips used in the process to be sterile for every suspect. And then, as of my knowledge, the DNA was collected in a sterile manner before.
And as a what percentage? What would you say the percentage of this being how much you match Sean?
So in the DNA analysis, it is a 99% chance that it was matched Sean based off of the analysis we ran.
Any further direct questions from the council? Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes.
You found evidence on the larger test, correct?
That is what we were told by the evidence.
Okay. And, well, we do not know if Sean or Bo or Alicia were there, because we had no evidence that they're in place. That
magnitude of added, it was just selected, right? Yes, that's 1P7 for the whole country. Yes. Okay, and from that P7, Sean was definitely present.
No, Sean C. was president of the crime scene.
Sean C. was president. Yeah, I'm sure he's actually present.
I cannot say conclusively that he was or was not at the crime scene. All I can say is that.
Anything further? Any thoughts? Any redirect? May this witness be excused. Thank you. Next witness for the defense.
Your Honor, we would like to call Greg.
All right.
Who swears to the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, so help God. Good afternoon. Would you mind stating your name for the court, please? And what is your position? Where were you at the time of the attack? The one.
Yes, I wasn't here.
But you were the one who got a call when the teacher was down.
In the morning, yes.
You weren't working the night before. Do you remember what time you received this call and from whom?
Approximately 7:28, and I got it from Maria CEO.
Right. Did you assist Dr. Spencer in any way?
Oh, assist her in that way, yes. Yes, so she got the call and I came over about a minute later to go across the street. So when I arrived, she showed me when it happened. So we tried to assess it. And then shortly thereafter.
And is there any specific protocol that you have certain?
Just to make sure the scene is ready for the investigators.
Any additional questions? Cross-examination.
You arrived at the crime scene at the time of assessment. Prior to assessment. Yes. Okay, and when you arrived at the crime scene, you shared the crime scene, right? Okay, so no one else came or exited the crime scene. Okay. So, John, I have something I'd like to this and these photos that show.
Does the defense have any objection? No, Your Honor. And usually you would enter your evidence during your case in chief, but if defense has no objection, I don't have any objection to hearing this. So what do you have?
I have pictures of flash shards. And a block.
Two different exhibits or composite?
One exhibit.
All right, prosecution, composite exhibit number 6. May proceed.
Can you tell me what you see in these photos?
A shard of glass, a window in her office.
Do they have any marks on them?
There appears to be blood on this one, yes.
Okay. And this is
A wasp nest, right?
okay, and so you were present when you arrived at the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Any further direct based on information provided? Sure, no questions, Your Honor. Would you please bring to me the exhibits? Thank you. Any further questions of this witness? No, Your Honor. There's your excuse. Thank you. You're excused. Any additional witnesses? objections to being read to the jury? Normally, the clerk would do this, but it's very short, so if that's all right, I will read this to the jury. This is joint exhibit number 1, which is the no Franklin interview. Both sides have stipulated this will come into evidence. Have you ever attended any hazing rituals? No, it's against school rules. Do you know Damon Jackson? Yes, he's my dig in my frat. 3. Do you know anything about the numbers written on the whiteboard in Dr. Smith's office? I just know that Sean wrote them. 4. Did you ever see Sean as the racist? No, I don't know anything about that. 5. Do you believe that this crime was a race issue? No. Do you see yourself as guilty with the crimes you have been charged with? No. That's the conclusion of the interview. And this is an exhibit, so it will be, the jury will be able to view it if they want to when they're deliberating. Any further? All right. Better? I know you're a little nervous, but it's okay. Don't worry. So it's all true.
So can you kindly say the story you're doing? I'm the president of Sigma Omega Delta. Being president, are you generally busy? All the time. And I'm not in class or studying or doing homework. I'm helping put on events for the sorority or educating my pledges or new members or my boyfriend. Can you give the jury a run through of what a typical day and religious life is? I attend class. I sometimes go to the library or to the LRC to study. I do homework. I sometimes have to help out planning events for the sorority or educating pledges. And then if I have time, I like to hang out with my boyfriend or socialize with friends and fellow sorority. Do you plan on graduating from St. Louis University? Yes, I do. What is your current GPA? I'm going to say about a 3.8, almost a 3.9. So you focus on your studies? Yes, ma'am. Do you have anything to be scared about? No. I like to go to the movies or watch television. I like to read. I like to socialize with friends, and sometimes I like to go shopping. I'll be back to answer. I was at the movies with my boyfriend Damon and my friend Michael. Did you text any My boyfriend Damon did text me, and I answered him back. You know what to do about it? He was wondering where I was because I was a little bit late. Oh, great. I made a stop at a convenience store to get a couple of products. I bought a pair of tweezers and a box of baking soda. Awesome. Because, embarrassing to say, but my brows looked awful. I wanted to tweeze them before I went to the movies, but I had lost my own pair of tweezers, so I stopped to get a new pair. As for the baking soda, I was planning on wiping my teeth later that night. By chance, what did you have at the movies? Did you ever? Again, embarrassing, but yes, I was. I discovered I had somehow gotten head lice. What did you have? During the movie, someone was helping me Google remedies to treat it. And when I got back home that night, I had Krista help me look through my hair and confirm, yes, I did have lice. And the next morning, she helped me cut it. Did she know you had lice? She said she saw them, but I would hope so. What is your relationship with David? He's my boyfriend. Love it. I'm a little shocked by some of the things he said against me today, but
I love him.
What is your relationship with Michael?
He is my best friend and ex-boyfriend.
Listen, why did you guys break up?
Because I began to develop feelings for Dave.
Do you know what Krista is?
Yes, she's a pledge in my sorority, and I consider her a friend.
Consider. You love her?
Well, while she was pledging, we became very close, considered being a big sister to her, but as of late, she's become kind of distant. So, I've seen her hanging out with my ex-boyfriend Michael quite a bit. Two seem to be really close. Pretty sure they have a thing together.
So what would make you do that?
Well, Michael's a really smooth talker. You know, he knows how to flirt. A lot of tricks to get me. I mean, he could convince anyone to do anything he wanted. I mean, that's how he got me. When we were dating and that boy said jump, I jumped. I saw him putting those moves on Krista, and she seemed to be into it. Pretty sure if he used those moves, they're together.
Any reason as to why Krista would basically pin you as the mastermind of this incident?
Probably just keep me out of the picture to make sure I would end up with Michael again. She wants them all for herself.
No. Sorry, I had to today. But are you allergic to anything by chance?
Let's see, I'm allergic to codeine, pollen, wasps, dust, eggs.
Lovely. Any additional cross-examination?
So you stated that you're a member of Sigma Community Health, correct?
Yes.
You are president.
Yes.
So did you get this position because say your peers and stuff you?
I would say so, yes.
Did you yourself a good leader?
So, yeah,
Did you follow you?
more or less. I mean, everyone's has their own free will. They don't have to follow me if they don't want to, but
But the girls in your store, you think they follow you? Follow you?
I would hope so. I'm trying to set a good one.
Now, I understand that you're a
Yes.
Okay. Now, you guys work together?
To do what?
You guys work together to establish an alibi? What was driving going on?
No, we just went to the movies.
Is there anything in your story?
In the past, yes, but I do not condone it.
You ever use your position, your authority to made up?
No,
Did you force your sister to drive the car that night?
no, I know nothing about that.
You didn't promise her entrance into the sorority, if she was her doing one last piece of ritual?
No,
You hold a grudge against Dr. Finkness for the allegations of cheating?
no, I don't hold a grudge. It made me angry, but I understand she's just doing her job.
You targeted her to the back of her?
No,
Did you know about her reality?
no, I did not.
She will share the same attitude.
Apparently so.
So both would have pretty severe reaction to lost name.
Yes,
Now, are you aware that baking soda is a neutral for?
actually, no, I did not know that.
Good. So, what did you say, the baking soda is not that helpful?
It's like my teeth.
Like, the foods, what's the food?
Pluck my eyebrows.
But the cigarette.
No,
You put the wasp nest in Dr. Fink's
No, I did not.
You get stung by a wasp, right?
No, I did not.
Did you show up to the movie theater with my phone?
No, I arrived late.
Where were you? You arrived?
Say that again.
So when they arrived, where were you?
I was at the convenience store purchasing the juicers and the baking soda.
You weren't about to finish the cup at that time?
No, I was not.
Where were you?
There are additional questions?
Yes, right.
Okay.
So, you got any bottles on your deck?
No.
And finally, did you realize you were on the road to cross the?
Yes.
Any questions? Yes.
So Teresa testified earlier that she was helping get control of your hair and that she would
She did.
tell us what was on your
I don't know. I wasn't having any problems with my neck. I don't know when she said she saw something on my neck.
So when she put your hair under control, that's so there's nothing that she saw.
But the only thing I can think of being on my neck would probably be a hickey. Dana and I were making out during the movie.
And
As a couple of dudes.
What time did you do?
Probably arrived between, anywhere between 9:05 and 9:20.
So, who were the police?
Dana did.
And who were at the movie?
I went, sat down next to Damon and attempted to watch the movie.
So you wasn't on your phone, paying more attention to your phone than you was to the movie.
Well, like I said, when I realized that if I have head lice, I started Googling remedies and how to identify that, and Damon was helping me. We were kind of chit-chatting about that.
So you were no way to be seen as a public.
No, I was not.
Any further questions? Yes.
Sorry. Questions? No, we say never closes, say never all closes.
What kind of dating?
Like the doors. You know when they close?
No, I did not.
I don't mean to put your friend under the bus, but what do you think the mastermind is of this incident?
I hate to say it, but Kirsta and maybe Michael together.
What do you say that?
Well, like I said, I think those two have a thing, and I think Kirsta wants to get me out of the picture. She's afraid Michael and I might start dating again. And Michael did try to make more advances toward me, saying that he missed me, but I told him I love Damon.
How strong is your love for David?
Strong enough to make me leave Michael. He was honest, sweet, just fell for hard.
Anything further from friends? Good. Any additional questions for prosecution?
You said that you went to the movies on the night that the incident occurred on campus.
That's right.
What time was the movie?
I'm not sure exactly what time it started because I did arrive late.
What time did you arrive?
I got there somewhere between 9:05 and 9:20. I don't know the exact time.
But you arrived late to move.
Yes,
So the movie must have started before 9:00, correct?
probably, yes. It was only a little bit into the beginning of the film by the time I sat down.
And you used the tweezers for your eye.
Yes,
You're allowed to walk.
yes, I am.
And your baking soda, you use that for your software?
Objection, asked to be answered. Sure said what things are before.
Well, that's true, but I'll allow you to verify and then move on to this topic.
So the baking soda was used for your software.
I used to swipe 19.
Thank you. Anything further for the defense?
Sorry, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused? May be excused. Additional witnesses from the bench. Recalling break up violence, all right? Please remember you're still under oath. How long have you been working for St. Louis?
2 years.
Do they have a good security system?
Yes, we do.
Do they generally lock the doors guys in university after 2 hours?
Yes.
And what time do they close? Say I will call.
Approximately 9 o'clock, it would take 10 minutes, depending on the rounds of the street or.
Okay.
Any cross?
Yes. You were breaking into a office. The state of recall has security video at doors. Correct.
Well, not in every door.
But at the main entrance or like next to.
For some.
Okay, so if you were breaking any one south of the building, where did you enter?
You're always going to enter where there's not security.
Was there security camera by the window of the station?
Not near there.
Okay, so when no one was able to see lock and close with all the security. Correct.
There's one across the street. Yes. That faces down that street, down there. But there's also trees and bushes right in front of her. So essentially they could be behind the trees. Not be seen by the trees.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything further from the defense counsel?
Your Honor.
Give the procedure.
Are you aware of the fact that Dr. King's office was burglarized at around 8:50 here on September 8:50 p.m. September 2016?
I didn't know the exact time.
Let's say you did know 8:50. Do you think anyone has a reasonable amount of time to break it again after they've been burglarized office? The plan of lost it?
Well, when we do security, we lock the doors, we don't go to where the office, so where her office is. Security.
Anything further from investigation? Anything further defense? May this witness be excused? Thank you. May be excused. Additional witnesses for defense?
Your Honor,
The defense rests. All right, at this point then, is the prosecution prepared for closing argument? All right, who's that? All right. David Jackson?
Alicia testified that you guys may help you bring this back technology.
No. I was helping her with the shoes, no, it was split up. Oh, what, how are you?
Ms. Norman, anything from the defense for this witness based on this question? No, no. All right, then prosecution, what is that, excuse now? Thank you, ladies. I'm sorry? All right. Wherever you are, so I'm not.
Just to clarify, also, and please welcome the office. So, as you were in the office, was it part of the case that shows when you commit to return?
Thank you. Anything from the defense? Sorry, Your Honor. Thank you. Please go ahead. Thank you. Any additional development? Anything additional to the defense? At this point, is the prosecution ready to proceed with closing argument? Do you need a few moments? Fine. Defense, it's a 10-minute recess. Will you really ready for your closing argument? With 10-minute recess, we'll be ready for closing argument. Yes, sir. All right, we're in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. Jurors, don't leave.
There you go.
Yes, you
Yes.
Laundry. Truth. I had to do her that. To start really. Typically, I try. I have like, okay, so I have your lab report for this class. I have to start my senior set, like wrapping up my senior set data collection and actually formulating all this for that. I have a project I haven't even started in medicinal biology for a term paper because she hasn't like really talked about it earlier this semester. So it's been one of those really big things of like what are we supposed to be doing? And then we just got assigned a project in evolution. So I have like 4 giant, like I have a giant thing in all my classes. Yeah. Because I can do yours, I know 100% sure my data.
I forgot to turn
What I
it
need to
off.
put in,
We got
I
much
think
to
how to do
charge.
it. So like yours is the first one I can knock off and be done.
That was me. I lost that until I was frantically searching around. The first day and lost all my stuff.
It's just a work day. Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure that's what Kristen did, or she just turned it off. I know a lot. I know a lot of girls who turn off their shoes for this.
Yeah. No, the only person just take them off.
Proportionate. Do it out of whatever points we're given. I don't know what argument either side has. Like prosecution code for Michael Damian John yeah, I know, but like they cut out, but like the way they've been interviewing them is like all sorts of other stuff.
Oh, come on. We're gonna both start harassing you.
Get up to the end and kind of reveal it. So I'll say, we in a real court of law, you'll never know what might happen. We have to luckily, so I'll tell them, then they can go if they're satisfied with what happens. I'm guessing she'll walk. If I was there,
As of 9:40 this morning.
See, if I was in I would.
but then we'll also, I want to see what judges can say, I want to see what judges can say. And we have time, it's like my comments.
I would like to, I want to get this charged enough, but I would like to get a few interviews. You know what I might?
Is the battery charging right now?
It is right now, yeah.
Due date was last week. Have you done this? Have you done it?
Maybe that's something.
My planner, have you compartmentalized your tasks? See, my to-do list is two for this month, two for this month. My planner is that way. I have her in it like.
Next time, 8 people watching. So, Genesis, she got Mary's photo and
Like, I'll take it.
I do it while you're talking. I know how to that stuff. I have like such different.
See, see right now, I just have.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't know that. Yeah, okay. I was the next day.
Mine just.
Court is now back in session.
Thank you. Prosecution, are you ready for closing argument?
Yes, sir.
Defense, are you ready for closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And how many will be presenting closing argument for the prosecution and for defense? Thank you. Prosecution, you may start.
Thank you for taking your time in this lengthy trial and listening to all the testimonies. Just recently, you have heard the testimonies of expert witnesses, faculty, staff, and students here at St. Leo University. Now, we do have two esteemed Greek organizations involved in this case right here. The Beta Omega Rho and Sigma Omega Delta. Both great sorority and fraternities, respectively. They pride themselves on fellowship, leadership, scholarship, and service. But there have been minor hazing rituals, as you call it. They've had pledges swim laps for hours in the pools while they sit around and can and laugh. They've had them, their pledges, carry their backpacks and made them late to their academics, which takes away from their school. And now, where the line needs to be drawn and the hazing needs to stop, they have now made pledges break into a professor's office and steal a test that they did not prepare for because they are seniors and can use their pledges. Alicia Stumbo and Bo Franklin are both guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Alicia Stumbo stated that she arrived to the movie from 9:05 to 9:20, unsure of the time that she arrived to the movie, that she so said that they planned on. Now, why would she not know when the movie started or when she arrived? Maybe because her mind was somewhere else. The movie did start at 9:10 p.m. And if the credits were to last 15 to 20 minutes, that means that the movie did not start until 9:25 or 9:30. This being said, she did not arrive at 9:05 or 9:20. Another lie by Alicia. When asked before trial, as by a supporting attorney, why she used what she got the baking soda for, she undoubtedly said, "My sock drawer." Now in trial, baking soda is now used to whiten her teeth. There's some discrepancy here. She is allergic to wasps as well. Tweezers can be used to take a wasp sting out. Tweezers can be used to put a wasp nest somewhere. And baking soda is used to neutralize venom from a wasp. All very, very important facts. You've also seen the DNA experts find blood on the broken glass of Dr. Penny Smith's window. Now, this blood was tested thoroughly and sterilized as well. This blood matches the blood of Bo Franklin. And now we have Dr. Penny Smith, a beloved teacher from St. Leo University, working hard to support her family. Her husband, now without a wife. Her mother, now without a daughter. Her coworkers, now without a friend. A life cut too short by the negligence of 3 seniors hazing their young pledge members to get a test. May have seemed slightly easy. We're just getting a test to cheat, get an easy grade, get out of it. But that's not the case here. We have a teacher that is now dead. She's no longer with us, and we can't take that back. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I ask you that you find Bo Franklin and Alicia Stumbo guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes?
who are guilty of this crime are 4 defendants, 4 witnesses for the prosecution. He stated out of his own mouth, 3 seniors were involved in this crime. 3 seniors are the reason why he was dead. The 3 seniors are their witnesses. There is no direct evidence leading to both, leading to Alicia. It's all leading to their witnesses. That will make you think, why is all the guilty parties with the prosecution? Because they knew they were going to get in trouble? Because they knew it was easy to find the other 2? Why are they guilty plea the night before the trial? Because they're guilty. Because the prosecution doesn't care about who actually did it. They care about who wants to come forward and help us out, help us win the case. The prosecution only wants to win the case. Because if they cared about who was responsible, they would have Michael Friedman, Daniel Jackson, and Chris Tuttle as the defense team. Thank you. Quite unfortunate the fact that we lost Dr. Honey. Very unfortunate. This didn't need to happen. Although we heard everything now. Prosecution assumed happened, what they believe. They have no concrete evidence saying that my client was present at that time. She never done a false mess. She didn't break in. There's no video. Everything that they're saying is what not. Prosecution did not put in any evidence forward, saying that my client was present, that my client committed this heinous act. She wasn't there. She wasn't looking at this. She was late. People were late. She wants to Twitter. Obviously, you know, somebody wants to poke their eyebrows, so that's what she wanted. So she bought them to look lovely for her darling queen. She got meetings with her yet again. For her teeth. Everybody does the whitening test with the tissue. That's what she wanted to do. She wanted to look beautiful because she loves her boyfriend. That's the reason why she left Michael. And Michael's envious as to the fact that she left him for Damon. Who wouldn't be? I would. Michael has been envious of Damon since we hired on. He even states that he's the president of the church when we all know well who the president is. That's Damon, which is Alicia's boyfriend. And then there's Kirsten who comes along, this little guinea pig, and he decides, you know what? I'm a smooth talker. He's captain of the football team. Might as well just use her. He's a smooth talker. He knows how to run a team. He wants to president of the sorority. He's talented. So he lured Krista in, took her under her wing. She's a freshman. She has no knowledge. She's new here. Everybody takes control of her. They're the easiest. Everything. So he took that and he told her everything. He said, do this, do that, this is going to happen. He was aware of the fact that this was going to happen, that they were going to renegade Dr. King's office. And he said, after they have done that, say that you're in your room and go back to the office, to which Bo and Sean broke into, which they have already admitted that they have broken into. And plans a wasp nest. So she did it. He's a smooth talker. She has to listen to him. So he says jump. She jumps, you know? That's what she did. She jumped. And she put the wasp nest in. My client, she's allergic to wasp nest. It's a wasp itself. Why would she do that? She has lice. Why would she sit here and come in front of all of you lovely people and tell you guys, I have lice, and that is the reason as to why I cut my hair. Who wants to speak about that? That's a health problem. They don't want to speak about it. Yet again, we would like to receive a verdict of not guilty as to my client. She was not present. There's no evidence. Don't assault her. Just word of mouth. Simply because somebody is ambitious like that, they broke up with her and chose their best friend. I'd be pretty upset myself if my best friend and my boyfriend, started getting together. Would you really want to be friends with your best friend and your ex-girlfriend still, after they hooked up together? I think not.
Thank you. Anything further? Yes. Well, it would not be usual. If you are brief, I will allow it. You certainly may object, but I'm going to overrule it. Your objection will be no comment.
Now, we have just seen the two defense attorneys come up in front of us today. One representing Bo Franklin, stating it was the three seniors, Michael, Damon, and Alicia. Guilty. Alicia is guilty. And then you have her attorney, stating Sean and Bo broke into the office. Bo is guilty. They both are guilty. Now, are they on the same page? No, because they're worried about their own clients. But they both just threw each other underneath the bus. So as I said, it is clear these students wanted to do harm and take that test so that they could get the answers and use young children to break them.
Thank you.
Say one back.
30 seconds. Yes.
Just to let the jurors know, baking soda is used for bee stings, not wasp stings. Just me.
All right, members of the jury, you have heard all of the testimony concerning this case, and it is now up to you to determine the facts. You alone are the judges of the facts of this case, and once you decide what the evidence proves, you must then apply the law and come to a decision. Now, in a few moments, we will be going back to the deliberation rooms. You will have with you, and you might have to share some copies, but you'll have with you some jury instructions. I request and urge you to look at these because I'm going to go over them briefly to not take up all of the time here. But basically, it is up to you to weigh the evidence. Use your common sense in deciding what is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you might consider hard. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with other testimony and other evidence in this case? Was the witness offered or did the witness receive any money, preferred treatment, or any other benefit in order to testify? Any pressure or threat used against the witness that might have affected the truth of the testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement inconsistent with the testimony given in court? And do you know if the witness has a general reputation for dishonesty or for truthfulness? Whether the state met its burden or not is not dependent upon the number of witnesses called or the number of exhibits offered. Likewise, the number of witnesses called or exhibits presented by the defense has no bearing on whether or not the defense has properly defended the charges. You have heard from some people in technically in the law enforcement area, and you heard from expert witnesses. Their testimony is to be considered specially, and there are directions here for you to look at. But expert witnesses are like any other witnesses, except they can give an expert opinion. But it's reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe that person to be an expert. You can weigh it and make your own decision. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime has been promised immunity from prosecution or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case, may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while that type of witness could be entirely truthful, you should consider that testimony with more caution, perhaps, than testimony of other witnesses. You must rely on your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve any or all of the evidence or testimony of any witness. A statement claimed to have been made by a defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that any statement from the defendants was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to whether, when the defendant made the statement, that person was threatened in order to get him to make it or her to make it, or whether anyone promised him or her anything to get him or her to make the statement. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. There are some general rules to apply for your discussion while you are deliberating. You must follow the law as set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice, and everyone here is depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Your case must be decided only upon the evidence presented to you from the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Any feelings you have about the lawyers should not influence your decision. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That means each and every juror must reach the same verdict in order to have a decision in this case. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. It must be based on the evidence and the law that you will have in these instructions. Now, there are separate crimes charged against each defendant. And please remember, even though Sean Betts is listed as a defendant, you will have, if you want to do it, a plea deal for Sean Betts. So Sean Betts is no longer a defendant for your consideration. But there are separate crimes for Bo Franklin and Alicia Stumbo. You may find them guilty or not guilty as to one or all or some of the charges. It is completely up to you. The charges, and you will have them in detail in this document, are manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove, 1, that the victim is dead, 2, that the defendant intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death, or intentionally procured an act that caused the death, or that the death was caused by culpable negligence of the defendant. And these terms are further defined in this document if you have questions. Culpable negligence. To prove the crime of culpable negligence, the state must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that the defendant exposed the victim to personal injury. 2, that he or she did so through culpable negligence. An actual injury would not be required. Felony battery. To prove felony battery, the state must prove 2 elements. 1, that the defendant actually and intentionally touched or struck the victim against his or her will. 2, that the defendant caused the victim great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. The next charge is criminal mischief. To prove criminal mischief, the state must prove 3 elements. 1, that the defendant injured or damaged real or personal property. 2, that the property injured or damaged belonged to the victim, in this case, Dr. Penny Smith. 3, that the injury or damage was done willfully and maliciously. Further definitions are also provided for you in this document. The last charge is trespass in a structure or conveyance. To prove the crime of trespass in a structure, which is what we're dealing with in this case, the state must prove the following 3 elements to help beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that the defendant willfully entered or remained in a structure. 2, that the structure was in the lawful possession of the alleged person. 3, that the defendant's entry or remaining in the structure was without authorization, license, or invitation by the person alleged as the victim or by any other person authorized to give that permission. Please remember, you will have this with you to view if you have further questions regarding the specifics of evidentiary rules and the law and the charges. Now, in a moment, the bailiff will be taking you to jury rooms to consider your verdict. The first thing you'll need to do is to select a foreperson. It's the foreperson's duty to sign the verdict form when you reach a verdict and bring that back. As I mentioned before, whatever verdict you decide must be unanimous. The evidentiary information will be available to you. Hopefully the bailiff will remain with you or near the rooms and can take the evidence back and forth to you. Now, before we split up, there's 2 jury rooms. Before we split up, I've been advised that some of the jurors would like to view the video again. Is that correct? Yes. Since the video cannot be taken to the jury rooms, I'm assuming that none of the attorneys have an objection to this. Thank you. I'm sorry? Would the jury members have to come up to this to see it?
Yes. See what we want to see.
Is it possible to just be?
The other thing we could do is, as the jurors are escorted out, they can come down the front. Will that work?
Everybody see it?
You guys ready?
One more time.
I don't know if I can.
Sorry. He was telling us if there's anything we could.
All right, at this point, there are 2 jury rooms, labeled jury room 1 and 2. Please do not enter anything from the order that I'm assigning you to the rooms. I hope you remember your numbers. Jury room number 1, the following numbered jurors will report to jury room number 1. 4, 5, 6, 12, 14, 18, and 20. Jury room number 2, the following juror numbers will report to jury room number 2. 1, 2, 3, 11, 15, 17, and 19. The bailiff will escort you to those rooms, and we will get the evidence brought up to you if you wish to review any of it. Okay, so can we defense and prosecution. Hang on, that'll work.
So you are crossing, there's extra credits in here.
It's not from our class.
You know how many names she calls me?
Dr. Clausen was best, she's gonna get this extra. Dr. Clausen's awful and it's not good.
Stop it.
I only do this to try. Are you probably? But I need you to teach me something.
Well, then.
Those are still in this yeah. Good. Maybe if you bend it, you'll have some better, but then you can't grade that. And then so since you destroyed the test, it's an automatic A. No, she just drops it. That's okay. Dr. Alice, with his mom, his mother-in-law's dog, peed on all of it. Wow. So he had photocopy. Yeah, so he photocopied all of our exams to give them back to us. Yeah, he showed me that as he was leaving too. Yeah. Mine was on top. Yeah. I used like the gel pens, like the ink balls. That's why essentially. So, but yeah, that's why I use them. But that's also why I'm like, my lab notebook pages, because you don't have to do a lot of pressure to make it right. That's why all my lab notebook pages, you like can't read it out. I'm like, I realized that I was like, go through everything and I look at them and read others, or if we have a minute for like.
Why did you turn it off?
What?
Why did you turn it off? He was called.
I was called.
Don't intimidate the witness.
I am.
I was gonna say, it's not like.
Yeah.
But they were translated to this is happening. Alicia.
That was great. That was my favorite. I'm surprised. It's not a piece. I'm wondering what he said.
No, take mine.
If you leave your computer in there, I'll take yours. Honestly, I forgot about what I could do.
So if you take all my exams, it'll be really bad, but I can't grade them.
No, it turned into more like.
If we have mine, then I can, you can grade it.
I thought grade choosing wellness.
I still have this project that I still haven't graded yet from like a week and a
I
half.
have the key and everything. I mean,
I'll make it easy.
It was volunteer based. No incentive. Plus, if we were driving extra, then our mistake oh, that was better. Yeah.
Somebody did that to me at work. Like, he got a wedding starts at 5. This guy's like 6'9" and like 400 pounds. I was just like, and then ran someone. This is the picture. Software for background. This weekend was a trial. Next weekend we don't get
Are you taking Vert next semester? I was gonna say, if you're taking Vert next semester, good luck because it's the Saturday back there.
No, I'm done. Him and Miller's lab. They're banging my head.
Oh, I love Miller's lab.
And I talked to him about it.
We have a really bored during the last class. So like I drove through all. No, mine. I don't know. I drew like 7 different pictures by the end of it.
I was in the target. Oh wait, I drew
like, well, no, dude, like I finished that quiz in like 2 seconds, and they're like, let's just keep on walking around the room. But it was like, oh, let's it was like, let's finish it in 2 seconds. That was good. And then because like my brain like.
Whatever semester it is, I'm not saying this is and like they're gonna have to see. And it's I'm definitely let's just watch.
No, there was no shirtless one in there. You should flexing.
So I have to cast myself.
So much.
That's why I don't want to have kids, because I want to be like, I was like, I want to, I was like, I want to travel, and I can't do that.
I mean, yeah.
Experience so much more because it's not going to be a language barrier. Like, I've always wanted to go abroad.
He's playing.
France, I spoke to.
See, I could go to Frankfurt yesterday. No, see, I have really bad kind of like language retention, but when I was in high school, I was fluent. You want to know what the world's hardest thing is? Just thinking how a freaking tornado works in French.
I love it.
Because we were it was in our French 4 class where we're supposed to be speaking French like the entire time. We didn't. No, I didn't. That was gonna be the next step if I did it, and if I did it my senior year, but I took instead of AP French my senior year, I did AP Bio, AP Calculus, AP English, AP Statistics, AP Chemistry, and I took 5 my senior year, 4 my junior year, 1 my sophomore year, 1 my freshman.
Junior year, senior year, English,
Yeah, Richard can come. I'm fine with Richard.
See, we could only take 5. We could only take up to 6. So, but I was in band, so.
Studio arts.
Yeah. See, there was only if I lived in North Carolina, I could have taken 6 APs in band. But when I moved down here, we went back down to a 7-period schedule, so I couldn't because I had to have one.
So then, chemistry and bio each period half.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I have 4 and have a half period.
Yeah, no, but I was gonna take it, but it was in my French 4 class, and we were just speaking in English that day, and I was like, really why? Our teacher halfway through class, like, wait a minute. Like right when we started talking about like the storm that was coming and how there could be a tornado or whatever, and she like our French, so how does a tornado actually work? And so like everyone was about to explain it, and this way, wait a minute, we're supposed to be speaking in French. And so she was like, do it in French, and we were all like, we have never. Yeah, no, see, it was more of like, we were thinking of like, we were like, how do you say like, updraft and like cold front and like warm front, and so we were like flipping through, we were like flipping through our like dictionaries, like, how can we say this? Probably the best thing ever. With my French teacher was so fluent, she could like flip mid-sentence, speaking French to English. She would start in the classroom yelling at students in the hallway who were talking in French, literally step over the door frame and start speaking in English, like mid-word almost. And we were just like, and then as she was coming back from the hallway complaining about the students, she would go from English out of the hallway back into French, like flawlessly. And we would just be like, after she got done, we would be like, congrats, that was fantastic. Oh, see, I would have thought you were about to say that, like, when they switched to Chinese, I swear they couldn't say that. Yeah.
It's so funny. It's so funny that time. Yeah, stories when people are talking about it.
One of my friends in high school taught herself. She was in Spanish, French, and Latin. She was already fluent in English and Russian because of her parents, and then she taught herself Korean on the side. And then she started taking Chinese at like the advanced
Alicia is not guilty on any charges. And as far as Bo, we have Bo guilty on the counts of trespassing, criminal mischief, culpable negligence, manslaughter. Bo is innocent on the count of battery.
Is this the true verdict of all the members of jury room number 1? Jury room number 2, foreperson. Did you reach a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Would you please read the verdict?
Jury files Alicia guilty of culpable negligence and manslaughter and not of any other charges. We found Bo guilty of trespassing.
Is this the true verdict of all the members of jury room number 2? Jury members, thank you very much. Your service is concluded and this trial is over. But we certainly, I think, have some discussion. But the formal trial aspect is over.
All right, you guys, we're almost out of here, but before we do a couple of things, first of all, huge round of applause for our judge. All right, this is actually my 6th one of these. 4 of those 6 times, justice was not served. 2, it was. Now, here's the crazy part. In a real trial, you would have no idea what actually happened. You're basing it all on what communication comes from the lawyer's back to jury, etc. In this case, we know what happened because we wrote the story. So, would you like to hear what actually happened?
Yes.
Yeah? All right. So in this case, we were wondering whether or not Alicia was guilty, whether Bo was guilty, whether Sean was guilty. Here's what happened. Sean and Bo, as well as Kirsta, they're all here somewhere, okay? You guys, they were actually asked by their sorority and fraternity brothers and sisters to break into Dr. Smith's office. They were asked to steal the test. They realized that when they couldn't get in quickly and easily, they had to shadow the window, which meant that everyone was going to know, so it wasn't going to be unobvious. So they tried to make it look like it was some crazy, silly vandalism. When that happened, the 2 guys were in the office, and the driver, Kirsta, was in the car. They were in doing their thing, but someone else was lurking in the shadows. Alicia Stumbo. She wanted to see that this happened because she was very frustrated with the cheating incident that had gone on the year before, damaged her reputation, hurt her reputation. So she just sort of watched to see that what was going on went on. While she was lurking in the shadows, she got stung by something on her head. Now, it was nighttime. She had no idea what it was. She thought it was a bee. She's allergic to bees. She was nervous, but then she thought, I want to get one less lick in for this. So she waited for the guys to leave the office with the test. After they were gone, she swatted the wasp nest into the office. Sean and Bo had no idea it was there. Kirsta had no idea it was there. It was all Alicia. She then drove to the movie theater. She had the movie experience, and that's what happened. All right? So
what would be the charges?
So again?
What would be the charges for each one of them?
So what should the charges have been? So Bo and Sean absolutely committed vandalism as well as trespass. Alicia would have been manslaughter and culpable negligence. That would have been correct. Now again, that's based on the story that happened that we happen to know, which you would never know in a real trial. So to that end, I just have a couple of quick questions for you guys. I want to first of all say, Judge, anything that you'd like to say to these guys? What you saw, what you thought, how it went?
Seriously, everyone did a wonderful job. I was very impressed with your demeanor, your presence. It's very nerve-wracking, I'm sure. I'm trying to remember back a long time ago when I had to do these kinds of things. I don't think I ever had to do something quite this difficult in college. But it's very nerve-wracking to do this in front of your peers and other people. And you all had great presence, did a wonderful job. And I found my interaction with all of you to be delightful, and I just speak, you should be very proud of yourselves, very proud of your professors. And I thoroughly enjoyed our interaction. It's been great, and good luck to all of you. You're all wonderfully bright people.
Professors, I'd like to ask you the same question. Anything you'd like to say?
Which jury was selected?
Yeah.
Oh, which jury? Sorry, jury number 2 was the actual jury. Professors, anything you want to add to what we've been talking about? And then I'm going to ask the students. Yeah.
I have to make a clarification for the jurors who were not picked. I want you to know that it wasn't that you weren't picked. The way we did jury selection, they picked the ones that absolutely they wanted to have, and then we had to sort of meet in the middle. So it wasn't that you were deselected, this was that you were not actually selected. That makes sense. I told all the juries too. I'm saying. So your confidence will still be there. We definitely appreciate your service. I definitely appreciate everyone who contributed to this event and all of the students who came to watch the event, either because they had to from class, or because they just wanted to support their fellow students, or because they saw the signs or the newspaper and thought it was going to be an interesting experience. So I hope everyone did have a very good experience. I hope it was valuable. I do have a few questions for the jury.
Go ahead.
As it relates, I guess I don't know if you guys have questions for them about how they reach their decision. Yes.
So in an actual trial, the lawyers often get a chance when it's over to ask the jury some questions. This is not a chance to go, but, because it's too late, it's over. But you can certainly ask what persuaded them or didn't persuade them. Now would be a great time to do that. So lawyers?
What persuaded you with that?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I like to ask the actual jurors, why did you guys vote for
For who?
For who? For Alicia.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I know that we had like 3 witnesses who all like said, or 2 said that she was like the maximum. So that's what kind of like swayed us to her.
Sean said that she told them to do it, so it was her intention that she was like behind all of this, so it's her fault when all this stuff happened. Then we said, okay, it's her fault, so she is the reason why she turned out.
The reason we all knew Alicia was there, did it, but we thought word of mouth and people that took the plea bargain wasn't going to be really as honest, they didn't persuade it. And then when we heard, then after we turned in our ballot, we had heard why Bo wasn't here, and so we thought we did the right choice. Oh, so that
So
determined.
like one more thing, and then too, like she bought tweezers and the baby. That's weird. So it's
Thank you.
No further questions.
I want to say thank you. Thank you very much. Did you find that you had a lot of questions? Did you find that the testimony of evidence did help you make a decision? You had a lot of questions? And was there a question about there were holes in the testimony, or just there were additional questions that had been asked?
Additional questions, yeah.
But when Alicia was on the stand, did you believe her?
No.
I'm just gonna walk out now. For jury number 1, what was the reasoning behind Bo not being here that you guys heard?
Whoa, yeah, I was guessing, I told him after the fact.
After we took
Just saw
off,
him and all that.
I said Bo quit last night, and so we brought back to him.
Yeah, we felt like I should have had more of the actual.
He would have had an actual testimony without a plea bargain, she would have been hard to play. Oh, okay. Yeah.
We're my point, there's a really nice
Oh, no. Actually, they weren't. So Alicia did a phenomenal job turning everything on 2 people who it was not on them.
That was some really good.
Yeah, that's why I go actors and actors.
Thank you to the biology class. You guys were awesome. Dr. Watson, love you.
So there were some good witnesses.
I just want to say thank you to everybody.
You did good today.
You guys are phenomenal. Yeah.
Teacher, lawyer, and politician, there we go.
Thank you, everybody.
For jury too, what really sold you guys on the decisions that you made? What were like the defining moments? What was that?
Trust me, it wasn't easy.
It was not.
It was a
Yeah. The definition of the law was, they tried to prepare the evidence as we know it, because we all have personal opinions about what happened. So we just really tried to remove it and stick to what was proven, which are gave us and the law. Right. Evidence to go from there.
Yeah.
Was there anything that the attorneys did that caused you to either trust or distrust them or what they were trying to get across? Or do you have like positive feelings towards both sides?
Yeah, I thought they all did a great job.
I feel like something they could have, like, the prosecution could have done better, is if Bo and Sean, like, they admitted they were in the office and all that. You could have said something like, whenever Sean was up there, you could have asked about the watch mess, was there watch mess when you're in there? And that right there could have, like, said, oh, that means somebody else definitely came back when they left. Especially because if people are out, they're gonna tell you what actually happened. So, that gives more of a, that would probably like sway the jury towards, okay, yeah, someone else actually did.
Credibility then?
Yeah.
I have a question for the prosecution. We were all wondering why you didn't charge Alicia with a conspiracy.
Yeah,
we discussed as a group that if conspiracy wasn't charged, we would have found her guilty. Kind of, we were given the charges that we were given.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We were added on manslaughter once we found out that she died. So kind of, we were given the charges and that's what we were doing.
Oh.
And it's illegal to sneak into movie theaters.
She had a ticket. She had it, but she was.
So just so you guys know, we had a couple of calls come from off campus about the sad news of the professor in the coma. Please make sure you use that disclaimer anytime you tweet about this or talk about it, but this is pretty authentic to some people, so. Yeah. And nobody called Dr. Ryan, or her husband up there, Ryan was ready to come up. He was ready to cry, he was gonna cry.
I mean, we were going to the count, we just decided we didn't.
It's all right. Any other thoughts or questions, you guys? Yeah.
The names of the defendants, of the witnesses, because I thought that if it was Krista or if it was Kirsten, were they the same people or they two different people?
There was a converge mix up. I get that it's like
Too
hard.
many names, so it's like, well, who's who?
Her name is Kirsten.
Her name is Kirsten. Okay.
Or people were calling her Krista.
Yes.
Like, okay.
Michelle.
All the names, that one.
We also wish, when we were talking that they were the right expert of the biologist on the difference between wasp and lights, those things, because they said it was like, what did you say, it was a sound disease, right? Dr. Honey was allergic to bees, and she got stung by a wasp like that. Right. She's allergic to wasps, not bees as well. So they were saying that it was a big concern that was not going to cancel out because things like that. Basically, so you guys would have brought a biologist to wasps, that was very like funny.
I'll tell you another little clue we tried to put in there. I don't think it was used, but bees leave a stinger, wasps do not. Tweezers were help there, they wouldn't have done anything. But again, she didn't see what stung her. She thought it was a bee. She's hoping to pull out a stinger, but there was a stinger. Just that way. All right, you guys. I want to thank you for Friday and a Saturday. You guys did a great job with this. I hope we hear more and more about it as we go. The paper will cover it one more time. Read about yourselves in there. We've been tweeting like crazy. Thank you.
Great
Yeah. Oh.
Greg, you're at the summit. Everybody hold your pose.
No, I think the next one is Wednesday. I think, well, I get Wednesday. I watched it.
No, next week won't be.
Oh, right, Friday short answer. Oh, God. When is our class? Totally forgot to modify my work schedule before so if it's too late, I may or may not be in class. Oh wait, we're in the meeting. Okay. Yeah, no, because I may or may not be at work because my shift starts at 3. So I need to go vote. If it's yeah, till 7. So if it's pushed back too far, I probably won't be.